matters in the district, and one of them was mother's education. Honorable Chair, in the Ministry of Northern Kenya and other arid lands, because I was deputizing the permanent secretary, because during that time they were known as permanent secretary, not principal secretaries. I remember that among the other duties we did was supporting infrastructural development in areas like Northern Kenya and other arid lands. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ezekiel. That is a very rich history. You were rotated around the country quite a bit, so you know Kenya very well.
Thank you.
And I believe you know and understand the salient issues in each and every region.
Yes.
We'll now open up to members to field questions. Please, like I said, answer questions clearly, precisely, without meandering around and skirting around the issues. I'll start with the Honorable Deputy Speaker.
I'd like to ask you, Mr. Honorable Mbaki, about CBC. There's been complaints across the country that it's very expensive for parents and children also in rural schools and marginalized areas, and that the teachers, there's also been complaints that teachers were ill prepared to roll out and implement the CBC program, and appreciating that we already have a task force to review and map out a way forward. As the Cabinet Secretary nominee for Education, what are your thoughts about it? What strategies are you going to put in place to ensure that at the end of the day we'll have high quality education for our children? Thank you.
Ezekiel will take batches of 4 questions in a row, then you can be able to respond. So you just note the questions. Kimani Chungwa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Ask it, your DO. Question.
Yes, as I indicated, he was a very diligent DO. I was very young, only in class 3 when he served as DO in Kikuyu, but he was also a good friend to my father. And it's indeed true, he was instrumental in the construction of Moi Girls Kamango, and we appreciate. But CS nominee Honorable Machogu, I don't repeat what the Honorable Shole has asked about the working party for review of the many things in the education sector, including the CBC to university education. But I really want to dwell on university education because, Honorable Machogu, you are aware that government is paying for government-sponsored students in private universities. But there exists a cartel in the Ministry of Education and private university players that influences how KUPS, the Kenya Colleges and Universities Placement Services, places students in either public or private universities. I'm sure by now you're aware that a number of our public universities, including premier institutions like the University of Nairobi, are financially they're on their deathbed. Moi University is almost collapsing. Egerton University is in ICU. If you go to Murang'a University, it has no students. Karatina University is on the verge of collapsing. Anywhere, Bondo University, even Kisii University in your own county, and these are public institutions. But they're collapsing at a time when government is spending billions of shillings sponsoring students in private universities. I would want to hear what you plan to do to dismantle the cartels that influence the placement of students in a very lopsided way. If you check your records at the ministry, maybe if approved and you settle in, you realize one private university in the last 1 year has more students placed to them than Kenyatta and Nairobi University combined as a private university. You also realize maybe when you settle down, there was a program that was called the Teacher Professional Development Program that trains teachers. Teachers are asked to pay a sum of 6,000 shillings, and I've seen there was a petition in the last parliament where teachers were appealing that this be opened up to more universities so that teachers are able to access this program in universities that are nearer to them, and in many areas, public universities. But again, you realize that program was designed by those cartels in the ministry working together again with people in private universities to make sure that one university, again, the way the program was designed was to basically favor one private university at the expense of public universities and at a great cost to teachers, because teachers are being asked to pay, and the petition, I think, was asking the government to help them with part of the 6,000 shillings, and they pay part of it and also open it up to other public universities. You can imagine many teachers in this country were trained by through the teachers who taught us, UON and Kenyatta University. They were never included in this program. I would also want to hear your views on how you will deal with those. Last, Honorable Machogu, is on the fair allocation of resources in the Ministry of Education, especially infrastructure money that is appropriated by this House to help build infrastructure. You know, the last 2 years, the Ministry of Education has allocated resources towards the construction of classrooms. I would invite you to visit a school by the name Karaide Secondary School in my constituency, or 5 minutes from here, the new HGM Secondary, where I built classrooms, about 15 classrooms and laboratories and offices at a cost of about 30 million shillings. The ministry has come and built one classroom at a cost of over 2 million shillings. The 15 classrooms are all not in use, and the ministry is building a new classroom apparently for the, what is it called, the new junior secondary school. What are you going to do to ensure that you rationalize how the Ministry of Education, because from the budget committee, I can tell you this is a ministry that gobbles up the largest portion of our budget. But how these resources end up being used is either a duplication of what members of parliament are doing using CDF. They have no reference to members of parliament. You will go and find a classroom being built at a cost double what the member of parliament is doing at the constituency level. And when we raised the issue here, you remember the ministry was adamant that those resources cannot go to CDF or through the members of parliament. And it is the corruption cartels that persist in the ministry. I would really want to hear what you intend to do to deal with those cartels that exist in the Ministry of Education, including either recovery of the monies that were paid through the Ruaraka land theft, which happened at the Ministry of Education to the tune of almost 1.5 billion shillings. That was public money paying for a public school's land. I would want to hear, because it still exists as an audit query, since Parliament never approved it, what you would intend to do, and especially considering that the minister then hailed from your neighboring county of Nyamira. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. I'll be very brief. Honorable Machogu, I had wanted to ask some question here, but from the history you've given us, it would appear that you are only deputy PC in Coast. Because during my research on you, I had come across a Mr. Machogu, who was a DC in Mombasa in 2003, who was charged in an anti-corruption court with the offense of misleading a tender board to award a 166 million road contract. Could that have been you?
That is me.
Ah, good. Very good. Yes, so if it was you, then you may want to help us understand how the matter ended, or the status of the matter as you speak. Two,
what did you say was the charge?
The charge was misleading a tender board to award a shillings 166 million road contract in 2003.
Okay.
Then my research didn't mislead me. Two is the issue of teachers' employment. You know, during the campaigns, my coalition, the Azimio, had undertaken, upon assuming the reins of power, to employ all untrained, all trained teachers who are unemployed. And a similar, more or less similar commitment. Indeed, it did sign a contract with or some kind of agreement with the teachers that it would also employ these unemployed teachers but are trained. So my question is, how soon, if and when you get lucky to be approved by Parliament, how soon should you expect a supplementary budget from you to enable you employ all these unemployed but trained teachers and to empower TSC to undertake its mandate effectively? Last is the issue of Egerton University specifically. That university is in a sorry state. The lecturers have been on strike now for I don't know how many years, since 20 whatever, and they have been on half pay since the middle of 2020. What urgent measures will you be taking to salvage that university, which is very critical for our national development? Thank you.
Robert.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, you know, this country, we pride ourselves in saying that we have free primary education, and I've also heard of free secondary education. But the reality is that parents have to keep paying for teachers, they pay for examinations, they pay for activities. They are constantly going into their pockets to make payments. And you know, this is one of the reasons why a lot of our children are constantly on the roads, going back home to pick money so that they can attend classes, which is against the Basic Education Act. Now, in the 11th Parliament, when C.S. Matiang'i was the Minister for Education, I had asked a question concerning that, and the Minister indicated that no one is supposed to be, no principal, no head teacher is supposed to charge any levies without approval from the office of the minister. Now, we know, all of us, that this continues happening all over the country. How are you going to solve this problem once and for all, so that our children can remain in school from January to December?
Ezekiel, you can, Owen, so that I finish with your side.
Okay. Ezekiel, I have two very short questions. One, there are a lot of secondary schools that have been built using CDF. A lot of them, probably you, when you're MP in your area, you built new ones. But the ministry, especially during Magoha's time, he refused to register secondary schools. And those schools are there. Kids are gone through Form 1, Form 2, Form 3, Form 4, but they have to do exams in another school because that school has not been registered, because there is a moratorium that you cannot register new schools. Yet population in this country keeps on increasing. New kids want to reduce distance from home to school, but the ministry has been an impediment towards registration of new schools. What are you going to do about that? And secondly, I want to also talk about universities just a little bit. Usually universities receive expenditure estimates from the budget, and they are allocated 100 million, but the ministry only ends up sending 30 million to that university. The rest of the money, we do not know where the money is going. Universities are collapsing in this country. As you take leadership in that ministry, I hope you will not be that one who only goes to primary schools, a professor who goes to primary schools and supervises primary schools and leaves universities to die. What are you going to do to give the universities in this country a new face, a new energy, and a new eager? And then lastly, on the issue of the sweeping laws, which were actually withdrawn at Parliament, where minister wants to appoint vice chancellors, he wants to be in charge of all universities in this country. Do you still want to bring these laws, or will you withdraw them? Will you give vice chancellors an opportunity to manage universities without interference, and stop sending girlfriends to be members of council of universities? Thank you.
Yes, you can. Ezekiel, answer those 5
Thank you.
interventions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman and honorable members. I know it is the concern of each and every parent in this country about the new system of CPC, and people are anxious. And of course, because of that anxiety and the concerns voiced by the many Kenyans about this system, it was within the wisdom of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, to appoint a presidential working party with very clear terms of reference, so that they can be able to get views and comments from each and every Kenyan, such that once they have been able to come with a clear recommendation, then as government and Minister for Education, I will be able to get a roadmap. Of course, the way Madam has said, Honorable Madam, it is clear that parents sometimes are complaining of the expense, that it is a system which is capital intensive, such that they are required to buy so many things. And you know, our system and this administration in particular, I want to assure members, would not like anything that is going to be so costly to their parents, because education, according to Article 53(1)(b), is supposed to be free and compulsory, basic, that is primary and secondary. So once I get the recommendations of the task force, this is one of the areas that I'm sure they will be able to come up with, such that it is made manageable, because Kenyans with the COVID and the economy the way it is as of now, parents might not be able to afford certain things as it is indicated in the CPC curriculum. The teachers have also, I was checking, they undertook an induction course of about 1 week. 1 week might not be able to be enough for them to understand the content of the curriculum the way it is, because this is subject-based, and I think the kind of induction that they were taken through was not subject-based. So another opportunity, probably once the task force also goes around, has to be given the teachers, and I'm sure among the people who will be able to give their views on this particular area will be teachers, so that teachers can be able to give their comments, and the task force will be able to consider which time and which time frame will be enough for teachers to be able to understand and comprehend this curriculum. We want to ensure that there is high quality, because one other thing that the task force has to look at is the assessment, because you know this has been categorized into two. There is what they call formative. Formative is the continuous assessment, such that when one is in grade 4, they are graded and given 20 marks. When is in grade 5 and 6, equally 20, which now makes a total of 60, and then that now a continuous assessment. How regulated is it? What instruments of measurement are used, so that we know the measurement is right at that particular level? And this is one of the areas that the task force will be able to look at, so that we ensure of quality of education from this level. And also summative, of course, now comprises of 40% of what they are supposed to be tested on. University capitation, yes, as members have clearly indicated, there is a lot of programs in our universities. There is underfunding, there is all kinds of programs facing our university. And Honorable Chair and members, you are aware that government gives capitation to all public universities, and according to the amendment that was done by the National Assembly, I think in 2016, is what made it now possible for private universities to access capitation money. But when you also look at the figures, anyone going to a private university is given, I think, about 63,000, when one who goes to a public university under government sponsorship is given about 153. So up to now, we have, I think, in a 4-year period, about 86,000 of our Kenyan students in private universities, and of course accessing public funds. This is not a policy matter, but I think a legislative matter, because it's an act of Parliament, and Parliament has to probably come up with an amendment in case the stakeholders feel that it has to be done. Honorable Chairman, I'm a bottom-up person. I understand the government system. I know the way it operates. And in case there are cuts in that ministry, I think it is time for them to start packing and going elsewhere. Because with Machogu at the helm of that ministry, if there's anything I will not allow, I will like value for money, shilling by shilling, and we'll be able to do very proper monitoring so that we don't lose any money at all. I agree totally that there is duplication. In actual fact, if you see what the CDF has done in a number of constituencies, because when I became member of Parliament, Honorable Chair, I did benchmarking actually in Kipikeron East and in Tinderet, and I used a paper-based contract. So a classroom that I was doing at 600, same size, same quality, you find brought the ministry at 2 million. So these are some of the things that I have an opportunity, and if there's anything I will do, because I've been a member of Parliament, is to work very, very closely, hand in hand with my honorable members, so that you are able to provide oversight, including even identification of the schools which are to benefit out of infrastructural funds, because I think the way and the manner in which it is done probably is a little bit opaque, and I will make sure that it is totally transparent, so that there is that participation, so that we are able to get a school from each and every constituency, each and every sub-county, and the input for me or us in the ministry level to arrive at that particular decision would have been made from the constituency level. Teacher shortage is real in this country, Honorable Chairman, because I think as of now, almost each and every part of the country, both primary and secondary, there is a serious shortage, and that's why this administration in the Education Charter has made it very clear that in a 2-year period, we will be able to employ at least 116 teachers. Honorable members, you are aware of the very tight fiscal space that we are operating in, but progressively we will be able to employ these teachers, and I'm aware that with effect from January, we will be employing not less than 30,000 teachers to be spread all over the country, and more so areas that are having an acute shortage of teachers. And apart from employing teachers so that we are able to improve on the quality of education, it will also afford an opportunity to those who have not had employment for some time. And we also have internship program, we intend, once I get in the ministry, to institutionalize this system of interns, because it is a little bit cheaper, affordable, such that once one serves as an intern for some time, from there we can also be able to give him or her an opportunity of getting permanent employment. Honorable Chair, I am aware about what is happening in Egerton University and many other universities, and once you give me that permission to get into office, because it's you, Honorable Chair, and the honorable members here, I will be able to look at this particular issue, because I know there are CPS which were made, and there are two categories of CPS that universities make. One, that all the universities make, dealing with the salaries and dealing with a few other things. Others are made by individual universities. The last one was made, I think, 2017 to 2021. It's supposed to be a 4-year period. So there are areas that I think a lot of negotiation, a lot of mediation has to be done, so that we are able to get a way forward, so that we don't allow that Egerton University, which one time had a niche of being the best agricultural and livestock university, to collapse. So once we get to office, we will be able to discuss with the National Treasury and with this Parliament, so that we are able to get a solution for Egerton University. We, Chairman, I also would like to say that once I get into office, the University Funding Board it will be operationalized, so that whatever capitation money which comes is not some officers in the ministry will be doing it, but the way it has been legislated by Parliament, that is the body which is supposed to disperse capitation money. I will make sure that in my first month in office, that is actually operationalized. Honorable Chair, finally, the appointment of Vice Chancellors, I personally, that is my personal opinion, that the amendment done, that Public Service Commission is the one which is to invite applications and to interview Vice Chancellors, and then when they are now sent the university councils, in case of disciplinary matters, in case of firing, it is now the councils which are supposed to do that. I think there's a disconnect because a body that is hiring should be the same body that is actually firing. And it's one of the areas that Parliament might like to look into, even appointment of chancellors. When I graduated from the University of Nairobi, the president was the chancellor and was the one awarding us the degrees. Now, if you invite applications, because these are supposed to be eminent Kenyans, people who have served the country with distinction, and we have many probably who are supposed to be appointed by the president of the country so that they act on his behalf. But if you invite applications, I'm sure that you are not going to get men applying. And I think out of our public universities, that tells us why we have only 9 chancellors out of the 44 public universities that we have.
Next round.
Mr. Chairman, did he answer all the questions?
You have not answered about the case.
Even the TSC.
Sorry.
TPD. Tuition of teachers of schools.
Yes.
Sorry. Now, when I worked in Busia, District Commissioner Busia, 1998, I was, by virtue of my office, the chairman of the tender board. The tender board used to comprise all heads of department, and it was now anything that a head of department or a ministry wanted to be discussed in the tender board, we initiate through the district procurement or supplies officers, as they were known then. So a request came from the district public works officer. In actual fact, we had no money, and even by the time I left Busia, there was no money. Ours was now to recommend to the Ministry of Public Works, the PS, for the road to be done, graveling. And after recommending that particular contract, the PS Public Works signed, and it was countersigned by the PS Finance. But as it were, about 5-6 years later, because that thing was done 1998, some of these cases, if I tell you a story, if we had the time, you will understand how some cases can be instigated by certain other people for certain other reasons, personal vendetta, reasons which are not real. So a case was actually instigated against me where people said arbitrarily informed the tender board that there was waiver from PS Finance for selective tendering, arbitrarily informed. So informing would have appeared in the minutes. There was nothing in the minutes indicating Machogu informed anybody. When I questioned that actually you have brought a person to court who was not supposed to be brought, they substituted that. Now said arbitrarily convened and chaired a tender board. That one count. Nobody ever accused Machogu of anything. So convening the chairman, you don't convene. Actually, it is the secretary, and in that particular aspect, I had a letter inviting me as chairman to the meeting. The other thing I had to prove to the court was the circulars of that particular time that the person who was supposed to chair the tender board was actually the district commissioner, and also to prove to court that I was not some imposter from somewhere. I was properly appointed as district commissioner, and actually I was not an imposter. So the court said Machogu had no case, and because of that...
Where was the court? In Busia?
No, here in Nairobi.
In Nairobi.
And because of that, government, for malicious prosecution, Machogu was paid 10 million, and actually it accrued interest. So when the government paid, it paid me 14,873,000. I was not a millionaire, but they made me one. Courtesy yes. Of people prosecuting cases.
That's fine.
It's
the
other one,
and the
I undertake, Honorable Chair,
yes.
that indeed the way to go in this country is day schools. Boarding schools right now, and the boarding day schools, we have over 70%. If we have to have 100% transition, we require day schools. So one thing that I would have to look into, the first month, as you allow me to get into office, is to have those schools which are not registered to be registered, because they have teachers, and we should not be an impediment to any such as a ministry.
Very good.
Teachers' employment.
How many teachers?
Yeah.
We are starting...
You said 116.
We are starting with the 30, and as the economy becomes vibrant, I'm sure I will be working very closely with the Parliament, because it is this 13th Parliament that will be able to give me funds in order to employ more teachers. But we are starting with about 30 in January, and I'm sure that the figure will be able to improve.
Thank you. Now,
Chairman.
This time we start from
Chairman.
the front. No soliciting Sharia.
Chairman.
Yes, please.
Yeah, Chairman, the question of the Mama Mboga and the Boda Boda parents hasn't been answered by the Kenya Kwanza nominee.
Can you repeat the question?
The question was about the illegal levies, Chair, that have been levied to parents out all over the country.
Chairman,
yes,
Chair also didn't hear the answer to the cartels on TPD, university placement, Ruaraka land. I've not had the answers the Honorable Machogu answering. and I believe he's the nominee for Cabinet Secretary in the Republic of Kenya.
Thank you.
Not Kenya Kwanza.
Thank you. Once I get into office, the 6,000, because our teachers are doing very good work for our children, and actually they should be commended for what they do. One area that I will look into, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, is this, and the 6,000, and review me that I will be able to take the necessary remedial action. The necessary unnecessary levies, Chair, I will create systems, and those structures are already there. And out of those systems and the structures, monitoring, I will make sure that indeed parents are not subjected to unnecessary harassment, unnecessary levies, and because I'm one of you honorable members, anything that it will be, anywhere that it will be happening, because I will be accessible, I will be able to get that information, if not officially from my officers on the ground, then even from the people and the members of parliament, and we will not allow anything like that, because if it is allowed, it will then affect even the constitution, which says free and compulsory, because this is a constitutional matter.
Point of order.
Yes,
maybe you could advise the nominee to just be direct to answering the questions, other than
I was just the microphone
to advise him. So, because they are straightforward questions. Do you have the temerity to deal with corruption in the Ministry of Education? Are you able, and do you have the capacity to re-engineer the placement of students, or do you even believe that the government-sponsored students, a majority of them should go to public universities or to private universities? It's a very straightforward question. Do you believe the teacher professional development program should be going to institutions that are private institutions or supporting our public universities? It's that simple.
Thank you. Thank you. I believe that the placement, our teachers, their development should go to public universities. Again, I also believe, when I look at the figures, Honorable Chairman, because the people we have qualifying for universities, 125 in a year, actually our public universities will accommodate all of them. So it's one of the areas that I think we will have to look into with members of parliament.
Waziri nominee, you help inspire and instill confidence.
Yes.
By not looking into it, by acting when you get there. Is there any justification in truncating Egerton, Moi, Kisii, Southeastern, all these universities, and you are taking students to private universities and spending public money to bolster private universities when public universities are collapsing? It is not something to look into. It's something you have to go and act.
I will, because it is not only a policy matter but also legislative, I will come committee of parliament, so that parliament now can be able to, so that we do the amendment, and it will not be in piecemeal, it will be thorough, because I've looked at the act.
Okay. Now, we'll start from the front row. Mama Mishi, Daud, Posing, George, Ferdinand. One question each.
Yeah,
and I just want to emphasize, Ezekiel, please just answer the question.
Thank you.
Story mingi wacha.
Thank you.
Yes. When a question is asked, what will you do with the cartels? You don't need a story to deal with cartels.
Thank you.
You'll either deal with them or you'll not deal with them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I just want to reiterate what Honorable Ichung'wah has just said on the issue of skill skew distribution of resources. And I want to say it's not only on the infrastructural funding, but also in terms of recruitment to the universities, in terms of the scholarship we get, either the presidential scholarship we get from friendly countries. We also need to ensure that we employ the principle of equity to ensure that those areas where education level is still very low, we need to put some focus and emphasis on those areas. And my question, Honorable Chair, will be on the issue of Higher Education Loan Board. During the olden days, the university graduate used to be recruited by the government to different sectors in the country so that they can be able to repay back the loan. Nowadays, it is different, and this is because of the scarcity of employment opportunities, and that is why it has become very difficult to sustain this fund. So what plans do you have to ensure that this kind of fund will still be sustained to ensure that the poor children from especially rural area, marginalized areas like the ASAL, Coast Region, and other areas in this country can still access this kind of loan? Thank you.
Thank you. Daud.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think Honorable Machogu has not answered Honorable Mbui's question very well, because it's not just illegal levies. They need to know when the government says free primary, free secondary education, it is not free because some of the levies are not on paper. They are just told students are sent home and told to come with this or the other. The other thing, Chair, is exam certificates. I believe the government has time immemorial said exam certificates should be released to the students who have already done exams, even if they have not paid for the fees. How do they look for a job when the exam certificates are being held by schools? Is there a way the Ministry of Education will give those students their certificates so they can go and look for a job instead of marking time, seeing how they are going to pay those fees? And placements in Form 1. The other day, you get a boy being placed in a girl's school, a girl being placed in a boy's school. Can we streamline that as well? Thank you.
Very good. Posing.
Thank you, Chair.
If you follow that trend, we'll do very well.
Thank you, Chair. I will exactly follow. Honorable Machogu, Kenyans are looking at you, including myself. And there's a question which has been going on around in terms of building confidence. And people expected that the Minister for Education should have been either a professor or a doctorate in terms of PhD, not medical, or a bare minimum of a master's degree. When I was perusing your CV, I only saw a bachelor's degree of 1979 when I was about 4 years. And nothing has changed. So what will you tell those Kenyans to build confidence? Because if this parliament approves you, you'll be actually the Minister for Education. So what will you tell Kenyans to build confidence, including myself? And finally, the issue of delocalization. That policy has really dismantled families. It has caused chaos. Even the teachers which were delocalized to some other places, they don't even teach, Honorable Machogu, they don't teach. They are in problems, psychological problems. And therefore we have affected education. Kenyans have suggested that that policy should be scrapped and return people back to home so that they can teach properly. Will you agree with those Kenyans that are saying that we should be scrapping, including myself? Thank you, Chair.
George.
Thank you.
George
Thank you, Chair.
Mugara.
Thank you, Chair. Mheshimiwa Machogu. This is on behalf of the teachers. Problem number one is delocalization. That has been addressed. Problem number two is the government trying to usurp the powers of unions for the teachers, KNUT, KUPPET, to make them puppets, so that for whatever reason, teachers are controlled and they are not able to agitate for their rights. Number three, the difference between the salary of an ECD teacher who is required to have a D- or a D+ and a diploma, and a P1 teacher we're supposed to have possibly a C plus and a certificate. The ECD teacher earns 60,000, while the P1 teacher earns 30,000. How do you propose? Another problem is also promotion of teachers, because the ministry argues there are too many. You find that most of them, P1 teachers, will never be promoted. That brings disparity between what P1s earn with the senior teachers, deputy head teachers, and head teachers. The other one is the medical scheme you have.
George.
It's a problem for the teachers, so it is good I put them together here, how it's going to be. The medical allowance, because teachers complained they were not consulted. What happened is ministry scrapped the medical allowance, heaped them into an insurance company so that they would take medical cover, as a result of which their lives have not improved. In fact, possibly it is worse, because this is centrally managed and they have difficulties making claims. The question is, teachers' welfare. You as the Minister for Education, what policies are you likely to put into place to ensure that teachers, who are stakeholders number one in education, are actually catered for?
Let nobody emulate Murugara.
You be sure I'll not do that. Be sure I'll not do that. I just want to ask you, the appointee, I want it to be very clear. I sometimes having a problem with the teachers. You send commitment letters to the teachers that they're going to pay school fees for students, and even make that commitment the date. And yet students actually send away. They want hard cash to be taken to schools. So that at the end of the day, you have a lot of school dropouts, because there's no consistency in school attendance. And this is basically because teachers don't even work with leaders. You tell them you are going to do ABCD, you have it in writing. I normally call it a commitment, because CDF may not come on time and pay school fees for them, pay for university and what have you, and then yet teachers send students home in that discipline. What are you going to do about it?
Finish that front row.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Machogu, congratulations for your nomination. I just want to ask you about the school feeding programs. Because as I'm seated here in Nyeri County, the children are not able to go to school in Kieni. Ensuring that people are well fed, healthy, and able to learn is essential to the effectiveness of the education system. What will you do to enhance the sustainability in the school feeding program to ensure universal primary education and education for all, especially in the marginalized regions? Thank you.
Raquel, you can answer those.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Skewed recruitment. I will ensure that we do this on assessment of need basis. Areas that have acute shortage, areas that are lacking teachers, those are the areas that will be able to recruit and send teachers, and not in areas where we already have almost enough. Scholarships are many. We have the RIMU scholarship, we have Jomo Kenyatta, we have Navi Equity, and other bodies. I will make sure that I streamline this so that every part of Kenya, and particularly the disadvantaged and marginalized areas, are able to benefit from these scholarships. Making help sustainable, I'm aware that indeed the funding has been constant, but there has been an increase in the number of students, both in universities and the TVET, and also their own repayment, because this is supposed to be a revolving fund. So you get their own repayment that they are supposed to pay is not forthcoming, not because of a fault of their own, but because some have left university, they have not been able to secure employment. So this is one area that we will also make sure that a proper assessment is done in accordance to the number of applicants we have, so that we are able to consider the very needy cases to qualify for these loans. Illegal levies, I assure you that during my time as Minister for Education, I will not allow this to happen anywhere, and upon the teachers, in cooperation with Teacher Service Commission, I will ensure that these levies are not supposed to be there. Actually, primary school is supposed to be 100% free, apart from the parent on the price uniform. On the uniform. And the other thing that parents, in conjunction with the school committees, in case they find it necessary, another area to provide food, lunch, then they agree on the amount that each and every parent is supposed to give, and that information is also supposed to be given the ministry. I think those are the only things that a parent is supposed to do. So I undertake that this one, I will make sure that no such illegal levies. Exam certificates, indeed, the ministry, I remember seeing those circulars clearly saying that even if a child has not been able to pay school fees, they should be able to be given their certificates. Mine will be to enforce and make sure that whatever circular which was issued earlier, these certificates are given out, because I remember there is a circular, but on the enforcement that requires to be done.
Chair, he's just said, can I?
Yes.
Clarificate. You see, that circular, Chair, has been there for ages, but the students can never access that one because enforcement has been difficult. Is there any other way that the students can get their certificates, probably from a Huduma center, directly without going to the school?
Deputy Speaker, just hold. Yes. Deputy Speaker has an
just
a minor intervention.
Yeah, sorry, I have to make an intervention. You've mentioned school fees, school uniforms. So you've said that the only thing parents need to pay for is the uniforms. But do you know that the uniforms are more expensive than the school fees itself? In a secondary school, a student has two types of jerseys, has a tracksuit, then has a fleece, and then has something else, and has shoes purchased from specific a specific vendor, which is like maybe sometimes it even goes up to 3,000 shillings a shoe. Well, parents, they should just tell parents black shoes, and the parents can go to Mitumba and buy it for 500 shillings. So actually uniforms are, so school is out of reach because of the challenge of uniforms. And the teachers are in bed with the school uniform suppliers.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Chair, can I just start on the uniforms?
No.
On the uniforms.
You'll have a chance to ask again.
because of the uniforms is one thing.
Okay.
Chair, besides being given directive as to which shop, schools these days now are directing that they buy from the school, such that the teachers have now abandoned their responsibility. They have become tailors, and they are now starting selling the same uniforms in schools.
Chair,
you can see of your work
yes,
cut out for you if we approve you.
My system and style of work is that I'm going to move almost county per county, and not only moving around for the sake of it. I will ensure that what the government has said should be implemented will be implemented. We will not allow those cartels where somebody is restricted. We are in a free market economy, such that you cannot say you specifically go to such and such a shop, because then there is conflict of interest. It means you have interest. So I assure you, those are now cartels. And at the end of that ministry, if there's anything, I'm not going to allow is the existence of cartels. So I will make sure that things are done and done in the right way. Chair, teachers' welfare certificates, Chair, once I get into the office, and I would like to get specific cases, even the Member of Parliament, because it is all over Kenya. But apart from issuing that, I will try to use all machinery as available, including my officers in the field, to ensure that we implement and enforce the circular, as it were.
You know, nominee, what you have to address, there are two competing interests. The school is owed fees, wants to hold on to the certificate to say, parent so and so, you pay fees before you get a certificate for your child. Right? The child has finished school, must get the certificate to go out there and struggle to look for something to do. Now, as minister, what are you going to put in place to mitigate this problem? Are you going to find some form of insurance undertaking that schools must release the certificates? Are you going to force schools to release certificates regardless? What are you going to do? And as a member of parliament of a constituency, until very recently, I'm sure you know, schools are holding thousands and thousands of certificates of children who have finished and cannot get them to go anywhere.
Thank you, Chair. This is one thing that once I get into office, I will think through, even if it means Kenya National Examination Council, in some of these cases, issuing now direct where teachers are behaving like that, because we have to work very closely with Teacher Service Commission where we find the teachers not complying, then disciplinary action is taken.
Yes. Have you finished answering all of them?
No, I'm answering.
But I just want to add, as an experience.
Let him finish.
Let him finish the answers.
Thank you.
I'll give you an introduction.
One other thing I want to answer is that Machogu is a manager. Machogu has been tested. He's seasoned as a career civil servant, a prolific administrator, and actually what the Ministry of Education requires is a manager, because I will be able to understand the dynamics, which I will be able to grasp within no time. And once I know the mandate of that particular ministry, I am able, with the experience, I will leverage on the leadership, management, and administrative experience I have. And there is no doubt that this will be the best among the top ministers that ministry has ever had. Because really, what a minister requires, you are dealing with matters of policy, which I will be able to deal with. I will be able to engage so much with all stakeholders. Ministry of Education has many stakeholders, more than another ministry. I will be able to coordinate, because you deal with the policy, you coordinate, and you get all these other people, because human beings, once you know how to build the teams and to manage, there is nothing that you cannot be able to do. So I have what it takes to ensure that we take the ministry to another level. Feeding program, we have it in 10 arid areas and 16 semi-arid areas. That is 26. We have informal settlements, we have slums, and this number, this administration undertakes to increase the number from 2,000 to 4,000. And I know we are working with the development partners. We would like this number to be increased even more, finally to borrow 7,000-8,000 with the funds being available, because it's something that retains our children in school, also improves the quality of running, because once they get food, it improves the quality of running. Yes.
Very important, delocalization.
Thank you. Delocalization, Honorable Chair.
Emotive.
I would like honorable members and honorable Chair to know that this administration has totally changed that policy, and once I get into office, that is my first assignment. We are actually coming up with something we call nationalization, because what was happening there before, a teacher is transferred, not considering the circumstances. Even somebody has probably 1 year to retire, somebody is sickly, and then some of it was being used for punitive purposes. That one, this administration has done away with it. And where we find a teacher wanting to remain, like for example in West Pokot, this administration is going to provide certain other incentives for that particular teacher to remain within that particular area. Otherwise, we are not going to do what was being done in the other administration.
Mr. Machogu, there is Honorable Machogu, somebody, Dr. Hassan, he says he's from northern Kenya, and he doesn't see anybody here from northern Kenya. He either doesn't know Sharia and Raso, or doesn't recognize them. He says schools in northern Kenya have no teachers. He knows of a school in Wajir with the standard 1 to 7, but with only 2 teachers. What are you going to do about it?
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members. We have a program in northern Kenya. Actually, I worked in that particular area. There are 2 ways of working out this, Honorable Chair. One, we have to work on matter security, because we have so many unemployed teachers, but because of cases of insecurity, they have not been comfortable working in those areas. 2, we have to provide a mechanism where, even if it is in-service courses, such that we are able to employ the local people to work within their areas, and we subject them to in-service courses. We don't insist that one has to have qualified as a P1 or diploma teacher in order to access employment, because I know and I'm aware that is a very serious problem. And once I take office, we will be able to discuss with the local leaders and the Teacher Service Commission, so that we are able to get some kind of permanent solution to the problem that is existing in northern Kenya.
The next batch, Koech, Amisi, Raso, Shurie, Emase.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Chair. Mine, Honorable Machogu, and just for the record, my name is Nelson Koech. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, for walking in a bit late when you had started. Mine will be on universities. You saw the case of Kenyatta University. These universities, most of our universities are now reeling in huge debts. Yet they have some of the most prized assets. How will you harness, use PPP to unlock the wealth and potential in our universities and its assets?
Amisi.
Thank you, Chair. There is this paradox that I want you to help me unravel. The first is that you look at the education, the budget every year. It has the highest chunk on our national budget. But conversely, the results of the education is actually still affecting our budget. The degrees holders are on the streets. It still comes to back and get budget to take care of youth population bulge. Second, there is a disconnect between success and education, something that is discouraging even the students, that the most successful people in Kenya are mostly dropouts, or maybe just averagely educated, maybe globally, not just in Kenya. that you'll see the people who pursue their talents are the most successful and rich. But the professors and the doctors and maybe averagely or just poor. Is this something that bothers you? And what is these new ideas are you going to really improve our education so that it matches the success and the effort that students put in? They must be hopeful in life that once you finish education, you want to be somewhere. But it is a big disconnect, to so much so that graduates that are burning papers on the streets, they are burning their certificates and getting disillusioned. Some are committing suicide because they see their fellows who dropped out in class 2. There are members of parliament, there are governors. You are being told that you can go to a cabinet without a degree. You know, is this really the education sector you want to build? And is it giving morale to students?
Russell.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Machogu, congratulations on your nomination. Nelson Mandela said education is the greatest equalizer. It is true to say, looking at your CV and your exposition to this honorable committee, that you worked in Nyandarua and also in Wajir. From your experience, those two regions are Kenya, but the education standards are obviously very different. Where more from Nyandarua access higher education, going to universities and higher colleges of learning, the same numbers are unlikely to be attracted from Wajir. If the House is going to give you this job, what are some of the measures you are likely to do so that those who live in outlying districts in this country also, by virtue of getting almost equal education, that they consider themselves as Kenyans? Finally, during Amina Mohammed, after consultation, I'm just following up what Honorable Chair there was asked by Dr. Hassan. She said that those from northern Kenya with the grade of D+ can access teacher training colleges, so that as many of them from the local environment will remain there and teach the local children. Because the experience we have, those from outside the ASAL areas, they get employed, they stay 1 year, and they buy themselves out of those areas. And that is why a school with 8 classes, that is from standard 1 to 8, actually likely to end up with 2 teachers. But also this is exacerbated by the issue of insecurity. Once there is a firefight, then the teachers from other parts of Kenya, actually, they run away from northern Kenya. So what are some of the initiatives you are likely to undertake so that as many as you could get of the local cadre that is likely to join teaching? Thank you, Chair.
Sure.
Thank you, Bwana Chair, and I think the worry that Northern Kenya has is that's why they had to try and get to you, because they're not sure if maybe we'll ask the same question that you just asked. And Mheshimiwa Machogu, I'll just put more emphasis on what Dr. and Mheshimiwa Raso said. Dr. Amina, when she was at this education, she had a program which was just to at least cover northern Kenya in the short term and help them get teachers, because you can imagine, as Dr. Hassan said, that there are only 2 teachers in a whole school. Maybe you might have 300-400 students. You don't expect those kids to get the same education with maybe students here in Nairobi. Please, if you are approved, consider Dr. Amina's proposals. Thank you very much.
Mary Amasi.
Thank you, Speaker. My concern goes to primary and secondary education, because without those two, which are the foundation, then we do not need the universities. To the nominee, these education circulars from the ministry, guidelines, directives, whatever, I put it to you that they have been completely ignored. The issue of illegal charges, and case in point, I want to put it to you as I speak to you. There is a primary school, a public primary school in Busia County that is charging a standard 8 pupil 32,350. This pupil has to pay for a prayers day, has to pay for sufuria. Each child is contributing money to buy sufurias, pay for the cook, different types of welfare, different types of exams. So we are wondering, you've said you're going to enforce. How exactly are you going to enforce so that there is compliance? And as I conclude also, most of the ministry sends disbursement to schools in form of capitation that are supposed to take care of maintenance, continuous maintenance, and what have you. But I also put it to you, a number of schools are dilapidated. And that tells us two things. Either the money is being embezzled, or you need to relook at M&E, monitoring and evaluation effectiveness, because something is definitely wrong somewhere. And apart from the dilapidated schools, we also have very good schools that have been run down. We have giants that previously posted very impressive results, like a school in my constituency called St. Paul's Amkura High School. It was a 6-streamed school. Very many dignitaries in this country have gone through that school. But today, the school has completely been run down. It has lost traction. It can hardly manage 2 streams. So what are you going to do about such institutions? And finally,
Mary,
Mr. Speaker, I want to just remind the nominee on the question that Honorable Mukami asked on school feeding, because we campaigned on that platform. We aligned our manifestos to our presidential manifesto, and Kenyans are asking, when are we to expect implementation? If we approved your nomination, how soon should we have that in place? The issue of sustainability and the issue of how soon would you implement? Thank you.
Ezekiel, we can deal with those 5 very quickly. We are running out of time, and we still have 3 members who want to ask questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. To start with Kenyatta University and many other universities that are in financial problems, I think we would encourage universities not only to depend on the exchequer, but also explore on other ways of making money, because, Chairman, actually this problem goes back when the universities, we had Module 2, commonly known as the parallel programs. Universities had a boom. But when this now changed, the entry grade from a B to a C plus, such that they don't have any more students. So they have to look for revenue streams apart from what they are getting from government, like research, innovation. Actually, universities, their core mandate is research and innovation. We want to encourage our universities to get into this, because by so doing, they will also be able to generate money. There is a lot of idle capacity, idle land. Others can be able to engage even in commercial agriculture, like the university that he has talked about. I'm aware it has about 700 acres. So we have to go into certain ventures, and also universities have to downsize to right the size, such that they look at the employees, such that they are able to rationalize in a way that with what they have, they don't exceed and go beyond their budgets. So we will also be discussing with vice chancellors on this, because it's not one university, it's almost all of them, and I'm sure once we discuss, we will be able to come up with ideas that should be able to save the situation. Even endowment fund, where the alumni, if Machogu was in Nairobi University, there are so many people who can be able to come in one or the other and assist, and even making universities as destinations in the region. Once we have best universities, we can attract the people from Rwanda, from Tanzania, from the neighboring countries, and by so doing, they will also be able to generate additional income. The relevance of education, question number 2, your Honorable Chair, it is through that education takes the greatest percentage of our revenue, 25.9% or thereabout to be exact, and sometimes we have children going to university, even middle-level colleges, and when they come out, there is no employment, or when there is actually underemployment. So this situation of joblessness, also when you analyze how relevant are the courses that we offer in some of these universities, does the market require some of the courses that we offer in universities? So this is one other issue that we have to look at, that we our university courses are demand-driven, such that what the market, the industry requires at any given time is what we are able to train our children in, so that once they finish college, chances of getting employment will be better. Education as an equalizer, I agree with you, Nyandaru and Wajir, because I worked in the two places. I will, once you give me permission to assume office, discuss with members of parliament from Northern Kenya, because I also understand the program so much, having worked there for almost 3 years. I know that even matter security, because when I was in Wajir, before I went there, used to be a lot of banditry, and we were able to deal with it. By the time I was leaving Wajir, there was no banditry. So one other thing, I will be able to liaise very closely with my counterpart in internal security. We deal with that problem. 2, I'll propose that we must have a way forward and domesticate this in a way that even if we have in-service courses, and I think Teacher Service Commission has no option in some of these things, because we cannot be able to move ahead when another part of the country is actually lagging behind, and the solution is not going to come from anywhere. We have to have homegrown solutions. So I will be with you in this, and I assure you that we should be able to get a solution. And one of them is low-cost boarding schools, because the nature and the lifestyle of our people in Northern Kenya is nomadic. Sometimes they are able to move from one place to another. So establishment of low-cost boarding schools will also be one of the issues that I will be able to look into. Directive was ignored. Machogu has been a career civil servant. When a directive is issued, and as it were, if it is from the president, that is an executive order. It has to be implemented come what may. I've seen even orders issued from the highest office and the people don't comply. Because if you don't comply, then you are asking for dismissal. That is insubordination. It amounts into insubordination. So with the career civil servant at the helm of that ministry, we are not going to have a situation, Honorable Chairman, where directives are issued and the people just ignore with impunity. That impunity in this country is one other thing we will have to deal with, and I assure you, if it is in the means of education, I will deal with it squarely. Finally, we also have 32,000, Madam, I worked in Busia, Amukura was a giant, and some of these schools, Honorable Chairman, my personal experience is that a school is as good as the principal or the head of that institution. So sometimes we have appointed people as principals. They were good in the classroom, very good, but you find they have not been undertaken through the necessary courses for management. So capacity, what we are also going to do with our head teachers, some of them who have done so well but they have not been capacitated, we will be able to build the capacity so that when they are heading such schools, then they know financial management, they know how to deal with the various stakeholders in a school, so that we are able to improve the standards of this school. Bamukura being one of them. We will also be able to make the quality assurance officers, because like in my constituency, if I give an example, I know this used to be inspectors of schools. During our time, you will be able to confirm that these are the people who used to go around schools, and when they used to come and inspect the schools, then whatever they said used to be done. So we'll also make sure that that particular department, we are able to strengthen it, we are able to support it, so that they are able to do the work that they are intended to do.
Next, Naisula. Gikaria, you already asked the question. Naisula, and then Mule.
I think that was just about.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Please take a minute each. You can see we have 52 seconds.
Okay.
And we have 2 nominees waiting.
I'll be very brief. I just want to reiterate on the school feeding program that as you look onto it, please just consider water for schools, and especially during this time of drought, even if it's water tracking, students are really struggling in schools, and to make sure to understand that some children just go to school even to have that meal, 1 meal a day. My question is also on sanitary towels. I know that there was an amendment and we passed in Parliament that our school-going girls, both in primary schools and secondary schools, should all be entitled to sanitary towels, because there are some who miss the schooling and during their menstrual period. And I know that it was taken to the Ministry of Gender, but how will you liaise with the Ministry of Gender to ensure that our girls do not miss school because of their menses?
Yes,
Thank you, Chair. This is about, but this is a case-by-case basis depending on where. And this is about teachers and their house allowances and their hardship allowances. And misplacement. Others are placed as if they're in rural areas, yet they are in urban areas or cities. So that is, I don't know how you'll be dealing on a case-by-case basis, because when it comes, then you have to address as it comes, because and I will say in my constituency there is a lot of house allowance which was taken away from some teachers. Which is supposed to be. Honorable Chair, the other bit is about the students and their discipline in school. Chair, especially in urban areas, and you need to look at and see how you can help on matters to do with discipline. Within some urban areas, the schools, particularly secondary schools, have become breeding ground for criminals, where people are, they are recruited into criminal gangs, and to a point where sometimes when the banning of schools, for example, that the banning of boarding schools, which have been a big problem in the country. So again, how are you going to address on matters to do with discipline for the children within our schools, especially secondary and boarding schools? Thank you.
Honorable Mulde.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I just need to introduce myself. I found you had introduced Honorable Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu. To the nominee, why is it very impossible to replace the KCSC certificate for NEC when somebody has lost it or destroyed it? Whereas you know it very well, it is a basic right for basic education. It's actually unconstitutional. What will you do to make sure that those who lose their certificates at one way or another, they are able to get a replacement at NEC or within the circles of education, so that they'll be able to continue with their lives? Some, especially when you find some fires gutter the slums. Quite a number of children loses, households lose their documents. But to replace just the NEC certificate for KCSE is a very, very tall order in this country, whereas education is a basic right. It's actually unconstitutional if we cannot provide that basic right. Thank you.
Ezekiel, can you quickly answer those three?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. As I said, I will ensure that the school feeding program is actually strengthened. This administration undertook to increase the number from 2,000 to 4,000, and we have a very ambitious program that even the 4,000 figure should be increased gradually to get to 7,000-8,000. Water, I agree with you. The capitation money that we give is supposed to cover some of these things. It's an issue that we would also be able to look into. Sanitary towels, indeed, is something that has to be done. I'm not aware that it has been taken the means of gender, but if it has, it's something
actually, I just got a text. It had gone to gender, and gender reverted it back to the Ministry of Education, so it's solely under your ministry now.
This is one portfolio. You know, once you have something that you are supposed to deal with, it's better that it is in the ministry. These are our children. They require that clean environment. They require to have this, and we'll make sure that this is dealt with as a matter of priority. It's something that I will be able to make sure that I make a follow-up, and there will be no failure at all in the supply and the provision of sanitary towels. House allowance and hardship, this one, our teachers must get what is due to them. Any case where a teacher is supposed to get house allowance and is not getting, we must ensure that they get. Any teacher where pro live is within a municipality and is not getting the amount of house allowance that is supposed to get, these are some of the cases that I will ensure that Teacher Service Commission does comply, because that is what they are supposed to do, so that we are fair to each and every teacher. Discipline, Honorable Chair, is quite a problem. We have had cases of our young children indulging themselves in criminal activities. We have had children getting into substance and drug abuse. We have had children getting out of school and some doing things which indulging in social behavior that is not proper. And some of these things, I think, requires a concerted effort, not only from the school administration, but even the parents. Because, you know, Kenya, we are entirely a patriarchal society. The father figure is so important, so critical. And in some of the families, in some of the homes, unfortunately, you find there is negligence, there is abscondment, there is absence. So the poor child does not have anybody to mentor him, does not have a role model, and these are some of the factors causing all this. But within the school, we say we have to have proper professional counseling services, so that we are able to deal with some of these cases. Otherwise, it requires a combination of the school administration and also the local administration, plus the community and the parents, to deal with some of the indisciplinary programs that we have. I get what Chairman about the replacement of certificates. if we can replace a title deed in less than 1 week, I don't see a reason why Kenya National Examination Council should not be able to replace a certificate in a day, because we should not do things in the old way, and this is one of the things that I will be able to take up to ensure that the necessary action is taken, so that any Kenyan wanting a replacement, it is done within the very minimum period, not taking more than 1 week.
Thank you, Ezekiel. You've answered questions reasonably well. You can see from the interest from the members that you have been nominated to a docket that touches the foundation of our country, our children, their growth, their mentoring, and so on. So in the event you are confirmed, you have to do the extra mile. Avoid showbiz and help Kenyans. We've seen a lot of fanfare in constructing a classroom from a minister when parents are crying about CBC and many other things. Please look at our universities. At lunchtime today, I had a vice chancellor who has come to see me just to tell me she can't hold it anymore because there's no money. And that's the point that Kimani Ichung'wah started with. Why would you finance private enterprise at the expense of public good and public institutions? Those are big questions waiting for you. Yeah. And I'm sure you are up to the task if we confirm you. 3 minutes, tell us what you want us to do for you.
Thank you.
Oh yes, just before that, Dawood had actually walked to me to ask me to give him 30 seconds to ask you about special schools.
Thank you, Chair.
Special education or special
Yes,
schools?
special schools.
Yes.
Special schools are completely ignored in this country. The Education Ministry has forgotten about them. So if you are confirmed, will you take special emphasis for special schools or PWD schools? Because they're an integral part of our education. So do you have anything you know about it, or you will look at it?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Actually, I had a special school in my constituency, which was known as Kiomiti, and they were my children. I gave them special consideration, and in this particular one, I will make sure that I cover for their welfare, because these ones have to be given special consideration. Actually, affirmative action has to be really looked into as far as this one is concerned. So that one I will.
Good. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, for the opportunity, and I thank God and His Excellency the President for also giving me the opportunity to serve Kenyans. I make an undertaking to you, Honorable Chair and members, that I am equal to the task. I will be able to take the education sector to another level, because, as it were, education is actually the major determinant to the success of all other sectors of the economy, right from basic to tertiary to our universities. I will make sure that all the challenges that we have, we will be able to sort them out. And mine is an open door policy, such that we will be able to engage widely with the teachers, with the union of issues, KNUT, KUPET, and every other person, because almost everyone is an interested party as far as education is concerned. So I want to assure you that, given this opportunity, I will also create systems that will work so that monitoring and evaluation will also be done for us to achieve the best results ever. Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members.
Thank you, Honorable Ezekiel Machogu Mbaki, CBS. You are now released to go to your other duties, and we wish you well.
Honorable Chair, I was requesting the many courses I attended are not attached. If you can
sort
allow,
out with her.
probably they can also.
Yes, you'll go and sort out with her. They are of a persuasive value only.
Honorable Chairman, I have a proposal.
Yes.
If you allow me. Looking at the time, and I know many people will want to engage most of these nominees, is it fair that each member, when given an opportunity, instead of skirting around issues, just directly go to the question to give as many members as possible time to ask questions? I have so many words to use on a question, but I restrain myself because I want to afford my colleagues time to also ask the same question.
Honorable Koech, since we started, that's what I've been crying for. Ask one question, be clear, be concise, be precise. But some of us decide to make a speech as a prelude to a question.
An intervention on the same, Mr. Speaker,
yes.
if you allow me.
As we do that, look for the Honorable Ababu Namwamba. Yes, Mary?
Speaker, I would propose you give us a minute or two. If I can prosecute my 2 questions or 3 within the 2 minutes, then well and good. I think that would be the best thing, time. Then I manage my time to prosecute my issues. Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Na mtazamaji anayeondoka kwenye mbele ya jopo ama mbele ya kamati ya uteuzi ya bunge la kitaifa ni Ezekiel Machogu, ambaye alikuwa anapigwa msasa baada ya kupata uteuzi katika wizara ya elimu, ambapo anatarajiwa iwapo bunge litampitisha ama bunge litamwona nafaa kukalia kiti hicho, basi ataweza kuchukua nafasi yake Profesa George Magoha ambaye ndiye sasa waziri wa elimu. Machogu hapo akiulizwa maswali chungu nzima, maswali kuhusiana na maslahi na utendakazi wa walimu kutokana na mambo ambayo yameweza kushuhudiwa humu nchini, kuanzia swala hili la CBC ambao ni mtaala mpya ambao hivi majuzi tunafahamu kwamba rais alitoa agizo kwamba kuundwe jopo ambalo litaweza kuchunguza vyema na kutafuta maoni kutoka kwa washikadau kuweza kueleza maoni yao na changamoto na hata swala zima la CBC ama mtaala mpya kulingana na changamoto ambazo zilikuwa zimeelezewa hapo awali. Wazazi wengi walikuwa wanalalamikia kuhusu fedha zinazohitajika katika ufanikishaji wa mtaala huo. Kwa hivyo ni masuala ambayo ameweza kujaribu kuyaelezea hapo mbele ya kamati hiyo. Vile vile wabunge wameweza kutoa maoni yao ama wamemtaka Machogu ajieleze ni vipi atakavyoweza kushughulikia hili swala, ambapo vyuo vikuu vya kibinafsi vimeonekana kupata fedha nyingi zaidi kulingana ama kutofautiana na pesa ama fedha zinazopelekwa katika vyuo vikuu vya umma, ambapo wanasema vyuo vikuu vya umma vimeonekana kutelekezwa na serikali ama mgao ambao unapelekwa kufanikisha shughuli za vyuo vikuu. Wanasema kwamba vyuo vikuu vya kibinafsi vimekuwa vikipokea mgao mkubwa ama fedha nyingi, na hivyo basi ni swala ambalo limeweka tabani vyuo vikuu vya umma. Kwa sasa anayeingia ni Ababu Namwamba ambaye amepewa nafasi ama amepata kuteuliwa katika wizara ya michezo na masuala ya vijana. Iwapo ataweza kufanikiwa, basi atakuwa anachukua nafasi yake Amina Mohamed ambaye ndiye anayeshikilia wizara hiyo kwa sasa. Mtazamaji, kama unavyoona tayari ameshafika kizimbani, ni ruhusu tu ni kupisha uweze kufuatilia mahojiano haya moja kwa moja kutoka jumba la County Hall.
Mr. Chairman.
Hold on, Ababu. Sergeant, can you clear the foyer? Either people are there quietly or they go and talk elsewhere. Go ahead and take the oath.
I, Ababu Namwamba, do hereby swear to testify on all matters in question and tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you, the Honorable Namwamba. You're welcome to this committee, a committee of the National Assembly, set up under the standing orders, the law, and the Constitution, to conduct confirmation hearings or vetting of persons nominated, like yourself, to hold position as Cabinet Secretary. In this regard, we are here to engage you in the next 90 minutes. The committee is chaired by the Speaker of the National Assembly. Yours truly here. I'll ask all members to introduce themselves, starting with the Deputy Speaker.
Congratulations, Honorable Ababu, on your nomination as a Minister for Sports. My name is Gladys Boss, member for Uasin Gishu County and Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. Karibu.
Asante. Kimani Ishonga, Member of Parliament for Kikuyu.
My name is Opio Wandai, MP Ugunja.
I'm Robert Mbui, MP for Kadhiani.
Rehab Mukami, County MP Nyeri.
Good afternoon. My name is Ferdinand Wanyonyi, Member of Parliament for Kwanza, Trans Nzoia County.
George Gitonga Murugara, MP Tharaka Nithi County.
And I'm David Kosing, MP Pokot South, West Pokot County.
Abdul Rahim Daud, MP for North Imenti in Meru County and a member of this committee.
Honorable Mishi Mboko, MP Likoni, also a member of this committee.
Nelson Rapkoech, MP Belgut. To your left, Honorable Ababu.
Yeah, good evening. Caleb Wamisi, MP Saboti.
Didoraso, MP Saku.
Abdi Shurie, MP Balambala, Garissa County.
Emase Mary, MP Teso South. And Mr. Speaker, I want to declare my interest that the nominees from my county and worked closely with me during the campaigns, the bottom-up Busia County, but that will not in any way affect my work. Leo Nikazi. Thank you.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu.
Kikaria David, Nakuru Town East.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Will introduce themselves. Florence.
Yes, sitting in for the acting clerk is Florence Atenyo Abonyo, Director, Audit, Appropriations and other select committees. With me is Mr. Michael Karuru, who is the Deputy Director, Legal Services, and behind him is a team of officers in the committee secretariat.
Honorable Ababu Namwamba, you have been nominated by the President as the Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, Sports and the Arts. The purpose of your appearance here is for this Committee of Parliament to engage you and establish your suitability for the office to which you have been nominated. Our engagement is not adversarial. It ought to be cordial but firm, fair, factual, and legal. We discourage ourselves from you as the nominee directly engaging members. You do through the chair, and members have also been very good in their conduct. All questions are asked through the chair. Even if you ask a question that pricks your inner feelings, so to speak, avoid the temptation to lose your cool and engage us in a manner that enhances the confidence of Kenyans in this process. We will, as a committee, act fairly, and we expect you to answer all questions truthfully, concisely, precisely, so that we can save on time. We have one other colleague of yours waiting to appear before the close of the day. Before we start, we will ask you some procedural questions, and after that we'll give you about 10 minutes or less, if you can do less the better, to tell us the story of your life up to where you are sitting before this committee. I must also inform the committee that the Honorable Ababu Namwamba is very well known to me. He's a professional colleague in the legal profession. He comes from the same region as I do. He's a friend, and we have served in cabinet together before. That does not in any way affect my ability to chair these proceedings. Honorable Namwamba, do you have the following documents? One, tax compliance certificate.
Mr. Chairman, I do.
Higher education loans board clearance certificate.
I do.
Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission clearance.
I do.
Certificate of good conduct.
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Have you ever been charged and been convicted of any criminal offense in a court of law?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Are you a dual citizen of Kenya and any other jurisdiction?
Mr. Chairman, I'm exclusively a citizen of Kenya.
You have your original identity card. You'll pass it on to the clerks to see.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And if you have the originals of all these documents, you'll share with the clerks to compare with what you already forwarded to us. Then they'll give you back your originals. At a personal level, what is your net worth in terms of finances?
Mr. Chairman, may I, with your permission, just draw your attention to the fact that my bachelor's degree certificate from the University of Nairobi, I submitted a copy of the same, but I do have a confirmation letter from the university confirming my status as a graduate of that university.
What happened to the original?
It was misplaced, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead and answer the last question.
Mr. Chairman, my net worth is 425 million Kenya shillings.
How do you segregate that?
If you allow me, Mr. Chairman, I would quickly make reference to the questionnaire that I submitted to this honorable committee, which provides details of the spread of that net worth, which includes my residence here in the city of Nairobi, my country residence back in Busia County, a business titled Chase Bay, 2 land holdings, a shareholding in Safaricom, the Cooperative Bank, and the Kenya Power. And my pension income is part of that net worth. 2 motor vehicles, a Range Rover and a Jeep Wrangler Rubicon, and 2 water vessels, Mr. Chairman. That is provided in the details of the questionnaire, totaling to 425 million.
Those are fishing boats or luxury boats?
Mr. Chairman, you know,
commonly called a yacht.
When you talk to anybody from the land of my natural domicile, they'll tell you we cherish our boats as much as we cherish our women.
Yes.
And so those are both for private use, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. We'll now give you 10 minutes or less to tell us the story of your life.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm proudly a country boy. A country boy, or you could say a boy of the village, from Port Victoria, Budalangi. We call Budalangi the land of lions. This is the home of the Abanyala people of the larger Luya community. These are our people that pride themselves for being great fishermen, for being great hard workers. They really do know how to hustle. They're great wrestlers. We love our boats as much as we love our women, as I've said. We love a swig of our local brew, but we also cherish education greatly. This is the land of the great Professor Callistus Juma the Late, one of the most eminent intellectuals out of this country, to grace the halls of the great Harvard University in Boston, Massachusetts. The land also of my brother, Professor Namwamba, who is here with me, who has been recognized as a sage globally. And Mr. Chairman, it is in this community that I was born to the late Peter Luecheche Namwamba, my father, and my mother, Agatha Maina, who I like to call my prayer warrior. Mr. Chairman, I was born the eighth, the last of 8 children in this family, and led an ordinary life of a village child. Attended Port Victoria Primary School, where I sat my KCPE, and proceeded to Kolanya Boys High School in the north of Teso for my KCSE. And thereafter I was admitted to the University of Nairobi School of Law to study my bachelor's degree in law. I graduated and got into practice, Mr. Chairman. And a few years down the line, I got an American government scholarship to do my master's degree at the American University, Washington College of Law in Washington, D.C. After which I returned to Kenya, Mr. Chairman, and went straight into the 2007 elections, which I won and was elected as Member of Parliament for Budalangi constituency, and served for 10 years in that capacity in this Honorable House. Mr. Chairman, during that period, I also had the privilege to chair a number of committees in this House, including co-chairing with the then Mandera Central Member of Parliament, Honorable Abdikadir Mohammed, the Parliamentary Select Committee on Constitution Review that presided over the process that led to our 2010 Constitution. I also chaired the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, the Public Accounts Committee, and the Parliamentary Select Committee on Cost of Living. Mr. Chairman, I'm nostalgically proud of the period earlier in my life in school, because I had the opportunity to get inducted into leadership early, being a prefect in primary school, a school captain in high school, now they call them school presidents, and also chairman of the Kenya Law Student Society while at the University of Nairobi. And later on, even in the US, I was involved in activities of the African student groups. At one time, being part of the group that met the then Senator Barack Obama in the build-up to his historic election as first black president of the United States. Mr. Chairman, after the 2017 elections, I was appointed Chief Administrative Secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a position I held until February this year, when I resigned voluntarily on my own volition to take up the position of Head of International Relations in the presidential campaign of His Excellency William Ruto and the Kenya Kwanza coalition. And that has led me here, Mr. Chairman. Let me add that during my time as a Member of Parliament, I also had a privilege to serve in cabinet when I was appointed Minister for Youth Affairs and Sports by His Excellency Mwai Kibaki and the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, then Prime Minister in the coalition government. I look back at my 10 years in this house as a key period in my journey in public service, with some very special highlights, certainly top among them being the Constitution of Kenya 2010, that I had such a great privilege to be part of the leadership that led to the conclusion of that process. That period also had some low moments, like the fate of the Public Accounts Committee at the time of my leadership of that committee in 2015, which got caught up in what I believe to date to have been a political moment of madness that, Mr. Chairman, maybe at a later stage I'll be able to expound. But, Mr. Chairman, that is who I am. Let me just conclude by saying, Mr. Chairman, that I have led a journey that for me epitomizes the life of what has come now to join the Kenyan lexicon as the hustler. Because I'm a boy who, I said I'm a country boy, a village boy. I'm a boy who walked to school barefoot. I mean, I would walk to school barefoot and sit in class with pangs of hunger, but never lose a smile on my face or gladness in my heart or determination to finish school. But that's the story of many of us. Mr. Chairman, I conclude by saying it is so important for parents to inspire their children no matter what. One time my father came home with a newspaper, a Taifa Leo newspaper, with a photo of some lawyers nicely clad in the courtroom regalia of the wigs and the gown. And he told me, my son, you must become a family lawyer to protect the interests of this family. And he planted the seed in a small standard 6 boy to work hard and become an attorney. And so every so often, Mr. Chairman, I do a pilgrimage where I take my children on the 3-kilometer walk from my mother's home to Port Victoria Primary School to have an experience of what it meant to grow up in those circumstances, not so that they can do the same, but so that they can understand how far their father has come. And this is the same message I want to share with the people of Kenya, that no matter your circumstances, you can rise and achieve your dreams. That is my story, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ababu Namwamba. That's the story of many of us. I want to invite members to the interactive session. Members, you yourselves said you want to ask one clear, precise question each. And Honorable Ababu, avoid any unhelpful stories in answering the questions. Just answer them as they are asked. I'll start with the Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Gladys Boss.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I just want to ask the nominee to give us a roadmap of what you will do to change the plight of our sports people, particularly athletes, who the ministry has never attempted to help them on pension issues, financial management, mental health, and protection also from rogue agents who have swindled them or signed them up for races which contracts are not disclosed to them, and therefore they don't get their full pay on it, or even con them into doping. And then secondly, I know you might know that I had made a petition in 2013 seeking to have Kasarani have a school, a sports academy annexed to it, so that the unutilized sports facilities can be used by the sports academy. And I wonder what your thoughts are on that. Thank you.
We will take batches of 4, then you answer all of them.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Ababu, you served in this ministry, and therefore it's you're going back home. By the time you served, there was no sports fund. Now we have a sports fund that exists. What do you intend to do to make sure that the sports fund is utilized for the purposes that it was intended, if you are approved?
Yeah, Honorable Babu, I reckon that you served in this very ministry 10 or so years ago. So what new thinking are you bringing on the table if and when you get a chance to be approved to assume this role? Secondly, you will realize that the NYS, with the setting up of the NYS Council and the bringing on board the new management, the NYS has undergone some transformation and its image has been redeemed somewhat. What do you intend to do to sustain that momentum? And finally, on our way to Busia, kindly pay a visit to the NYS unit at Langala and find ways of expanding it. Thank you.
Have you approved him already?
if by any chance he gets the approval of the House.
Okay.
Yes.
Robert Mbui.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, our nominee, the Honorable Puistofik, I hope I've pronounced that right. There was an affidavit that sworn by Sheila Masinde, I think, and Davis Malombe, which laid claim to the period when he served as a PSC chair in 2014, where there were serious allegations of bribery by himself and members of that committee, in fact leading to the first ever watchdog committee in the history of Kenyan Parliament to be disbanded. And the allegations were extortion and blackmail. I would like the nominee to maybe shed light on what happened on that matter.
4, you can answer those. Ababu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me. Mr. Chairman, should this committee, in its wisdom, find me worthy of holding the position to which I have been nominated, it is true that I would be going to a space that is not entirely strange or new to myself, having served in this ministry between 2012 and 2013. And so to answer the Honorable Deputy Speaker on the roadmap to change the plight of our sports people, I can confidently tell you that I have a fairly good idea, a good view of the sport or the sporting terrain. And I am not under any illusion as to the state of this terrain at the moment. It is actually in absolute turmoil. As we speak right now, our football activities are in limbo, having been suspended by the World Football Governing Federation, FIFA. The Badminton Federation is banned. The Swimming Federation is banned. So the whole arena of sports is in total chaos. Kenya is in a state of a doping crisis. This year alone, there have been no less than 30 cases of doping, which is threatening to shatter the very fine, glittering image of Kenya as a fine state sporting nation. The whole benefit of pension is not available to our sports people. And that is why a lot of our sports people who retire from active sportsmanship, they live in penury. We've seen it with sporting giants like Kadenge, like our fine boxing hero Aruinge, who passed away the other day. And it's because there is absolutely no framework to take care of these sports people in their retirement. We have rogue agents who do not seem to pay any regard to the laws of the land. And I have reason to believe, from past experience, from information available to me, that they may actually be part of the syndicate that is drawing our sports people, special athletes, into these increasing doping cases. And so, should I be cleared to assume this office, I am determined to move with haste to start cleaning up this space. Starting, of course, with the FIFA ban. If you cleared me, if I was to be sworn into office, my first morning in office, I would be on the phone with Mr. Gianni Infantino, the president of FIFA, to resolve the ban on FKF and Harambee Stars. I want to listen a lot. I would say that in my first 100 days in office, I would do a lot of listening. I want to listen to federations. I want to listen to sports people themselves. I want to listen to stakeholders so that we together can draw a roadmap to return sports to the pedestal it belongs. But most importantly, in line with the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto, I would want to work with all stakeholders to turn sports into a huge industry that can help in resolving our burgeoning unemployment rate and also protect our sports people from exploitation, from the challenge of drug abuse, and the challenge of being able to live in dignity after retirement. Quickly to conclude the question of Madam Deputy Speaker, the Kasarani Sports Academy is something I'm familiar with because it is around the time when I served as minister here that we started the journey to put this academy in place. Regrettably though, this is a brilliant project that got stuck and has not moved much, but we have to elevate this academy to a point where it becomes a focal point for nurturing talent in this country, identifying talent, nurturing talent, and unleashing this talent onto the national and the global stage. I'm a keen follower of football. I'm aware, for instance, of the Clairefontaine Center in France, which is like a conveyor belt. It keeps churning out incredible talent. Talk of Thierry Henry, talk of Kylian Mbappe. You see players who have been nurtured at this French academy. We can do it here. And I would be very determined, should I find favor with this committee, to occupy this ministry, to put in place the measures to get this academy to the point where it should be. Mr. Chairman, quickly, to the point raised by the Honorable Leader of Majority of this House, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah. Yes, I'm familiar, I'm aware that at the time I served in this ministry, in fact, one of the biggest challenges was financing sports. And Mr. Chairman, my biggest achievement as Minister for Sports at that time was the enactment of the Sports Act. In fact, for the brief period that I was in this ministry, I took it upon myself to accelerate the process of enacting this law. And it is in this law that we provided for the establishment of the fund. But I left the ministry before the institutions established under this law were actualized, one of them being the Sports Fund. After the law became operational, there were changes. There was an amendment to this law that spread the benefits of this fund and even renamed the fund from what we had crafted in the original piece of legislation. And it's now called the Sports, Arts and Social Development Fund. And Honorable Majority Leader, you may want to know that under the regulations put in place by Treasury, 60% of this fund for the last several years has been going to healthcare. It is something which I believe government should take a fresh look at, because if this fund was intended to accelerate the development of the sporting and creative industry space, then the priority should go to providing support to those two areas. Today, sports is only entitled to 35%. And often I hear even those percentages are not remitted to those two important departments. And so it is an area that I would definitely pay priority to. And I would definitely engage Treasury and other departments of government in the spirit of collective responsibility in government to return priority of this fund to its original intention, so that we do not have cases where we hear our athletes arriving late in Oregon for important competitions, where you hear of incredible stories of horror of our athletes spending nights at airports because of mismanagement and limited resources. So yes, Honorable Majority Leader, this is an area that I'll pay attention to. My good neighbor and friend, Honorable Minority Leader Opio and I, what new thing could I possibly do if I were to make a return to this ministry? A lot of water has flown under the bridge in the 10 years since I was last at this ministry. But what gives me confidence is that I was part of the team that put in place the existing legal framework, the existing policy framework. I'm informed that the outgoing cabinet secretary has already initiated a process to revise these laws and the relevant policies. It is a process I would want to support, because the law is supposed to be living, it's supposed to be current, it's supposed to be relevant. So it's a process that I would want to support and progress. But we have also moved on greatly. Now we have a new government that is putting great emphasis on sports and the arts as a big driver of the economy. That is something we did not pay much attention to previously. I definitely want to pay keen attention to that. I did mention the Clairefontaine Academy in France. You could also add St. George's in England, which are centers of excellence. These are spaces which we want to learn from. And we have experiences here, by the way, Honorable Andai, with the history from people like Zgol in the 70s, Reinhard Fabisch in the 80s, who dared to do things differently, and we saw results in our sports. I am prepared to do things differently, and I'm prepared to listen. I'm prepared to run an open door policy so that together we can make a success of this. NYS, Honorable Andai, you are right that NYS is now in much better shape. When I was first minister here, NYS was part of my mandate, but then after I left, NYS sort of became a nomad. It ended up in all sorts of places, but it has now been returned to this ministry. And I want to assure you that the very good work that the current Director General and her team have done at NYS is something that I want to support and to progress the work of NYS. NYS is now a full-fledged statutory body. It is a full-fledged paramilitary unit within our security architecture. So the way NYS is operating is definitely different from before. And these progressive steps are steps that I would definitely want to look at. And Honorable Andai, being a good neighbor in Ugunja, I know that if I did not visit this facility in Rangala, I might not get passage rights to access my Dala down in Budalangi. So should this committee clear me, definitely I would be glad to visit the NYS unit in Rangala alongside other units to make sure that they operate in a manner that is beneficial to our young people. Finally, Mheshimiwa Mbui, I am aware of the matter you have raised of the two affidavits sworn by Mrs. Masinde and Mr. Malombe. And Mr. Chairman, I did file with this committee an affidavit in response to those matters. It is a comprehensive 21-paragraph affidavit. And I know that in the interest of time, I may not have the opportunity to go through this affidavit.
We have it.
Pardon?
We have it.
Yes.
So take half a minute on that.
Okay. Suffice it to say,
Robert, you've seen it, right? Yeah, okay.
Suffice it to say, Mr. Chairman, that number one, the report that is subject to the affidavits that Honorable Mbui refers to did really not investigate matters of the alleged bribery. In fact, Mr. Chairman, I have quoted verbatim a recommendation from that report appearing in paragraph 325, page 117 of that report, which says they did not delve into matters of the alleged bribery and referred this matter to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. And Mr. Chairman, I'm aware that the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission delved into this matter and did not find it worth their time to progress it any further, meaning that they found the allegations nothing more than hot air. Mr. Chairman, significantly for purposes of this process, and I want to request you, Mr. Chairman, and the committee to give attention to the affidavit that I have filed. But suffice it to say that the so-called allegations were actually all withdrawn on record, as recorded in the report of the committee, which I have with me, a copy of which I have with me here, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, of course, we know that if I make an allegation against you and withdraw it, it expires that allegation ab initio. If that allegation is investigated by another body, which finds it not worthy for any further action, then that matter is extinguished in its entirety. Mr. Chairman, I believe that in all the positions I have served in this House previously and in government, I have come out clean as the snow that global warming is wiping off the Mount Kenya peaks of Batian, Nelion, and Lenana. So, Mr. Chairman, I am completely blameless, as anybody would confirm from that report. And my position is as stated in the affidavit.
Good. The next batch. We said one each. Gikaria, Raso, Emase, Naisula. In that order. One question each. You have one more nominee to deal with. And if a question has been asked by another member, you don't have to re-ask it.
On the ban by this, I will leave it because he has answered that. Let me ask this question. Honorable Chair, the music industry relies on royalties generated by the licensing of copyright songs and recording as a primary form of payment for musicians. However, musicians fail to get their rightful share of royalties, a scenario that has now been the norm for a long, long time. And of course, they have always been complaining and meeting different people. So maybe you're the right person to address. What measures will you put in place to ensure that musicians get what they deserve?
Russell?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Ababu, congratulations on your nomination. You are going back to the same ministry where you served 10 years ago. I'm sure for those who don't know, maybe you might almost feel like you'll walk on water this time around because you have been there before. We interacted intensively when you were the Kazakh Ministry of Foreign Affairs. When you look at our sports, actually we see talent. It borders on hobby, and it borders on pastime. From where you sit, tell us how we must turn around sport where the players, the country, and everybody is going to make money out of it, so that our athletes, our footballers, actually are in gainful employment, and at the end of the day we can say from that ministry our contribution to GDP is so much. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Well done, Mary. Follow suit, one question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's going to be one question. Honorable nominee, thank you for enacting the 2013 Sports Act that encompassed the 5 pillars, namely the Kenya Academy Sports, that was to deal with talent, the Registrar's Office, that was to regulate sports, Sports Kenya, that was to work on the infrastructure, the sports fund that was to do resource mobilization, and the sports tribunal. My concerns are as follows. 65% of the nearly 4 billion for sports fund goes to health and only 30% to sports. What are you going to do about that? Kenya Academy of Sports is a factor of talents.
You said
but as they are just related to that. But as it stands, most of the officers are in Nairobi, stranded in Nairobi. Instead of going to Garissa, going to Teso South, to Charcoal, and scout for these talents, reason being, there are no funds. Yet we have so many teams that have been formed in all our villages, and some of them are registered in the national leagues. But who is scouting this talent so that we can expose our young people, the youths, for them to be noticed and for it to be of use to them? Then finally, we understand that the Sports Act is due for review. What will your priority be in the review? Thank you.
Thank you. Naisula?
What is the plan to tap talent in art, sports, and nurture it from an early age, and especially from all parts of the country, and especially the rural areas, because there's a lot of untapped talent there? And lastly, on our, especially athletes, you know, every time our national anthem is played out there and how proud they make us, do you feel, or do we really appreciate them as much, even our footballers? Why are people changing their citizenship to other countries? Is it that, what is the plan to ensure that we take care of them so that they don't have to sell their nationality to be appreciated out there?
Those are 4. Ababu, let's take the 5th, Amisi and Koech. You can do 6. They are very short questions. If you answer them the same way, we'll make very good progress.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I had 2, so I'll reserve one at the tail end if we get time. I'll ask one for now.
Okay.
So remember to give me if there's time. The ministry, one nominee, the ministry seems to not be keen on our community clubs. We find, in fact, myself, I've spent millions of shillings trying to sponsor a tournament as a member of parliament. Once the tournaments are over, these boys are just remained with trophies and a cash sponsorship. But beyond there, they are remain in the villages. And yet, they are talented. You try to invite the sports organizations, all the 18 premium clubs, they don't turn up, they don't come to scout. What is new that you are bringing so that our local clubs, even the stadium, they are dilapidated, and that is where the talents are. You are talking about bottom up. The talents are actually at the bottom. There are no football manufactured in towns. They are manufactured down there, and I believe this is the gap. We are supposed to be a football nation. What are you going to do different this time? I will see you in Matisi, Black Stars there, Mitume FCs, that you are playing with them. In fact, probably could have come in your sporting gear, not in a suit, because that's where you are going.
Thank you. Coach?
Honorable Ababu, my question has been asked, but I will just, to the left again, but I'll just give you something to food for thought. That our athletes generally are totally not recognized and appreciated in this country. Look, for instance, why did we have to go for Naomi Campbell to market our tourism, our Kenya as a tourism destination? Our sportsmen, particularly at AK, an anonymous athlete has written me a message to say there's a lot of corruption that you must check, especially when our athletes are going to perform or to compete in international stage. Number 2, harness and tap on athletes, specifically someone like Eliud Kipchoge, on it, who's been used by international brands as a marketing sensational, and tap on such face to market our country and our sportsmen. Above all, please, if we approve you, make sure that there is a total restructuring of the sports industry in this country.
You can quickly answer those 6, Ababu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, very quickly starting with Honorable Gikaria. The question of royalties and benefits generally to, let me go beyond music. Music is a big part of it, but let me call it the creatives. The creatives, whether it is musicians or fine artists or thespians in our theaters or performing artists. This is a huge problem. And Mr. Chairman, it should be noted that we have a body in this country called KECOBO, the Kenya Copyright Board, which, with due respect, I believe is in the intellectual property, because this really must be recognized as part of the intellectual property that we get from our artists. We should be able to get more out of it. But we also have organizations called CMOs that collaborate with KECOBO to sort of collect royalties on behalf of their members. And we have three main ones. We have the Music Copyright Society. I think this is the best known. We have the Kenya Association of Music and Performers' Rights Society of Kenya. These organizations have not done justice to the artists that they represent. In fact, just the other day, there was a case that made headlines where these societies were actually taken to court by some of the artists. And what came out is that it is a space that is riddled with opaqueness, if I could borrow that popular lexicon. But it's also riddled with a lot of mismanagement, and it's a space that will require a lot of attention. We need to take a look at the law. We have a law in this country called the movable for the House to consider recognizing the creative space and the artistic talents as intellectual property, but also as movable property, so that we can give sufficient weight to the creativity of our young people. It is an area which, Honorable Gikaria, through the chair, I want to assure you that the architecture of this ministry, as has been communicated in Executive Order number 1 of 2022, provides an opportunity, perhaps for the first time ever, for this space of creatives to be given form. If you approved me to take this office, I would move with haste to establish a whole directorate for the arts. A directorate that would give form to this sector, but would also then make it possible for us to allocate resources, to allocate funding to this sector and support our young people engaged in the creative industry. You also did ask the question on the artists getting what they deserve. I believe that once we have put in place, we formalize that space, then it should be possible for us then to raise the entitlement that they get. Honorable Russell, and Mheshimiwa, you know that while working with you in my recent past life at the Foreign Office, during which again we successfully got the Foreign Service Act enacted, you saw the deliberate effort we put in to start profiling our sports people and turning them into ambassadors for this country. For instance, when we sought to sit on the UN Security Council, among the ambassadors we put forth to market Kenya, as being worth of a place on the UN Security Council were our sports people. One of our highest profile activities was a marathon we organized in the streets of New York at the tail end of our campaign for the UN Security Council. And we tapped the profile of great sons of this land, great sons and daughters of this land like Eliud Kipchoge. And this is something that we have to do. But as you have correctly said, this must be turned into an industry. We cannot continue running sports and the arts as a sideshow, as a pastime. This is something which you should know. You can actually live from it fully and be able to take care of yourself. And it can be such a huge contribution to our GDP. It is happening in other economies. It's happening in places like the US, in South Africa. I mean, when you look even the way Tanzania is managing their sporting space, football, you can see there is already progress towards industrializing sports and the arts. We must do it, and I commit to do so, should I find favor of this committee. Honorable Emase, Mr. Chairman, you are right about the share of the fund, with 65% going to healthcare, and just a little bit, 30% going to sports and 5% going to the arts, for a fund which was created by the Sports Act for purposes of this particular area. We have to change that. We have to change that. We have to provide money into the academy, as you have correctly said. Our officers are in Nairobi. They're not visiting the rural areas. I know that Teso South is abound with talent. We have to provide resources to be able to nurture this talent, to identify this talent. And in terms of the priority in reviewing this law, we need to strengthen the discipline in our sports federations. There are a lot of issues within our sports federations, but we need to pay even keener attention in streamlining this funding space. But most importantly, as we review this law and this policy, my focus definitely would be on how we unleash the full potential of this country as a sporting and artistic country in an industrial, in a very economic, very commercial sense, Honorable Emase. Mheshimiwa Naisula, the plan to tap talent, we don't appreciate our sports people enough. And you are right. We have seen an unprecedented number of our sports people changing nationalities. The other day, there was an interesting ceremony in Gaborone, Botswana, where a few of their sports people who had just come back from some international event were feted in a massive national event, and they were being given three bedroom apartments. They were being given resources to boost their businesses and all that kind of stuff. I believe that we can do more in motivating our sports people. But for me, what is more important is artists can comfortably live from the sweat of their brow, and providing that legislative and policy framework for them to do that, and make it really proud for them to represent Kenya, to be proud to represent their country. Mheshimiwa Misi, we will go to Matisi with you, Mheshimiwa Misi, to make sure that we start demonstrating in a very clear way that we need to pay attention to grassroots talent development. And if you look at many countries that have grown exponentially in this space, they just get the basics right. And if you go back in the history of this country, when we did very well in sports like hockey, at one time Kenya used to be represented at the Olympics in hockey. Kenya used to be a powerhouse in boxing. Kenya used to be a powerhouse in cricket. These sports are no longer anywhere on the horizon. We just got the basics right. I remember when I was in high school at Kolanya, hockey was a big thing in Kisumu City. big thing, and some of the best players playing for the Kenya national team in hockey were from Kisumu. We are not just paying attention to the breeding grounds of sports and talent. And I can tell you, if Ferdinando Manyala had not happened on us, we would never have imagined that we can actually crack the short distance space. Angela Okutoi is now winning tennis games at the very top level. The other day, she became the first Kenyan to win the doubles at Wimbledon. She won the singles at the Australian Open. Those are really premium global events. Now we are just realizing that we actually have talent in tennis. But for us to be able to do this, we have to dive deep and start identifying this talent from the source and nurture it to the top. So I am with this committee. I'm with you, Honorable Amisi, absolutely, 100%. And in the spirit of the Kenya Kwanza bottom-up, I will really do this bottom-up, like really go bottom-up, go to the bottom and develop this talent up in the spirit of our government. Finally, Mheshimiwa Koech, I was as dumbfounded as you were that Naomi Campbell would be hoisted on us as some kind of emblem or symbol of Kenyanness. Because if you needed a lady with a global image, we have Lupita Nyong'o, who is an Oscar winner, no less. We could have used Lupita if you wanted someone in that space. But Eliud Kipchoge is something of, it's a global rarity. It's a global rarity. I think it's one of those people that happen once in a generation. We haven't deployed him sufficiently. And so I agree with you, Honorable Koech, that we need to do more. What I can assure you is that I want to work with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, space that I'm very familiar with, to make sure that sports diplomacy is exploited fully, and that brand Kenya can actually ride on the sporting prowess and the artistic prowess of this country. We want to see many more Lupita Nyong'os on the global stage. We want to see many more Eliud Kipchoges. We want definitely to see more Victor Wanyamas on the stage.
Thank you. You have answered all of them.
Mr. Chairman, there was just the issue of corruption, and just to assure that the Kenya Kwanza government has zero tolerance to corruption as a policy, and is a policy that I would definitely carry with me to the ministry.
Honorable Daoud, I'll not see if you don't have your flag up. Honorable Mole, Honorable Mukami, Honorable Ferdinand, Honorable Kosing, and George will be the last. All of you, 1 minute each. 1 minute, one question. In the manner I called you out. Mama Mishi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, before I raise my question, I just want to make a polite plea to Our Excellency the President that through my observation I've seen in the nominees for the CS, I've not seen the face of the youth, nor the face of the people with disability, but I believe His Excellency still has some more appointments. I want to. And my question is on the hustler funds. I know right now, according to Kenya Kwanza Manifesto, you're going to create the hustler fund. Meanwhile, we already have the Women Enterprise Fund, we have the Youth Enterprise Fund, we have the Ways of Fund. So my question would be, what transitional arrangement would you propose to avoid duplicity? And also again, that the hustler fund, on the same issue, the hustler fund, has noted that for somebody to access that fund, you need to have done some saving. It will also attract some interest. So I don't know whether our hustlers in this country will be able to access that fund. What plans are you going to ensure that even those who cannot save, they can still access this fund? I thank you.
Actually, there's a nominee coming for that. At the end of the questions, fine. Wait for Chelugui. That question will be very pertinent to Chelugui. Let's take the rest.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, one of the functions of the CS for youth is business innovation and incubation. And one of the other institutions which is under the CS is Sports Kenya, which takes care of our stadia in the country. And a case in point is last Parliament I had spoken to your predecessor and brought it to Parliament as well, that Sports Kenya had committed in Meru to do construction and all that. But when the CS came to answer the question in Parliament, she completely disowned Sports Kenya's commitment. I want to know from you whether Sports Kenya, under you, will they be answerable to the commitments they had made on behalf of the CS, or what will happen? And regarding the business innovation and incubation, what is your take on that? What are you going to do for the youth?
Yes, Mole.
Thank you very much. This goes to the nominee. Due to poor governance and administrative structures, have ravaged most of the federations in this country, which has led to corruption, financial misappropriation, and some becoming squarely briefcase federation. On this side. Thank you. And these federations or organizations only wake up during global competition like Olympics, Commonwealth, and other games, and which has led to poor payment of coaches, like the coaches to deal with Harambee Stars, the athletics coaches, volleyball coaches, and the entire management. What are you going to do as a sports minister to ensure that Kenya sees a different sporting fraternity which can generate revenue for this country and employment?
Thank you. Ferdinand, you're the next. Then Kosing, then George. I didn't. Were you on the list? Oh, okay.
Nominee, I think I want to be very specific. And from what you're explaining, I think the sports in this country will definitely improve. And the way you're tackling, the way you're actually answering the questions. But specifically now, football, which I think is one game that everybody loves in this country. And there are three teams that I know, that you know, the Goromaya Goromaya, AFC Leopards and Breweries were very good teams in the past. They've gone, in fact, they are doing very badly, either because of support from the ministry or whatever. Tell me, or tell us, what are you going to do to be able to improve the sense of these teams, so that you can get through this, can get our youths actually being called to play professional football elsewhere. The three teams are very, very key in this country. Me having been an official in AFC and played for the club at one time, I just want you to tell us what you do specifically on these three teams.
Kosing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to ask Honorable Ababu Namwamba through you that Mr. Chair, is the nominee motivated to work in the Ministry of Sports, really? Because we are trying to assess his suitability or confirm his suitability to that ministry, Speaker and Chair. Why am I saying that? Because, Chair, prior to election, we saw Honorable Namwamba, I saw Honorable Namwamba, and many Kenyans saw him playing very important and pivotal role in terms of issues of international relations, taking the candidate to very prominent appointments internationally, all over the world, Honorable Speaker. And the work, which in my view, he did exceptionally well. So now, many Kenyans, including me, expected that he was going to be nominated for Foreign Affairs. That is where he was going to really have a lot of motivation, energy, and eager. To see him, Honorable Chair, in sports, I'm not seeing the candidate motivated sufficiently, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, we might be approving, and I want him to convince Honorable Chair.
Honorable Posing, we are ask him questions that test his suitability and motivation, to use your word, for the office for which he has been nominated, not the office for which he has not.
Speaker, can I continue?
Just ask the question or make your comment.
For him to explain to me specifically, Honorable Speaker, allow us the latitude to prosecute our questions, Honorable Speaker. This is a vetting process, confirmation process. And I want him to explain to Kenyans and me.
He's very
is he sufficiently motivated to take the office?
I
thank you.
It's very good to ask questions. If you ask him why he's not in Foreign Affairs, he'll tell you, go and ask the appointing authority. What else would you ask thereafter?
Speaker, you are paraphrasing, and you are paraphrasing my question. I asked him to explain to me, is he motivated sufficiently to take over the Ministry of Sports? I didn't ask him sport. I didn't ask him Foreign Affairs, Speaker.
Yes.
You are boxing me towards a corner. That Kenyans will look at me as if I'm not asking relevant questions. I'm asking very relevant questions.
Very good.
Yeah. And
your question was very relevant.
Very relevant, yeah.
Is he sufficiently motivated?
Correct.
To be in this ministry?
Yes.
Yes.
Vis-a-vis
that he did very well elsewhere is neither here nor there.
Yeah, so exactly. So is he motivated? He explained to
Morugara.
me. Thank you, Chair. But don't help him too much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much. Nominee.
Why am I being boxed?
The youth of Kenya is actually watching you today. And possibly they got very high hopes in you when you take over this ministry once, if you are confirmed. Their question is, millions of them, especially summer graduates, are out there unemployed. The government is supposed to first and foremost take them as interns. And after that, the government is also supposed to work extremely hard to see to it that they are absorbed and not downloaded out there. You take them as interns for 1-2 years, then you just let them go and they are back to the streets unemployed. As the minister in charge of youth affairs, do you propose to work with the government to ensure that the numbers in the government, the parastatals and all other agencies are increased in terms of interns, and also to ensure that majority of them are retained in government service in line with the Kenya Kwanza manifesto of ensuring that almost every youth is employed?
Thank you. Thank you. Rahab?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask almost a similar question. How will you ensure that the youth are empowered to pursue sports, not only as a hobby, but also an economic activity that will offer job opportunities to them? Thank you.
Chair.
Yes.
Chair.
Naisula, you had your bite already.
I have never asked for another opportunity. Kindly. CS, and this is important. CS nominee, there are many studies that have been started, and they are now incomplete and stalled. We have Kipkeino Stadium in Wasingishu, we have Kamarin Stadium in Elgeyo Marakwet, we have Mombasa Municipality Stadiums, and having in mind that we'll Kapsabet, and we lost the bid to host the 2025 World Athletics Championships because of lack of infrastructure. How can we be the best in the region, in the world, and we are not able to complete? And just so that you answer that question, having in mind that I have a great feeling that we don't get value for money in the projects where we put money and we don't complete them. I would like to get your thoughts about it.
Yes, Ababu, if you
Thank
can
you,
round up all those very quickly.
Asante, Mr. Chairman. Very, very quickly, Mheshimiwa Mishimboko, I stand guided by the chair that this is a matter which my colleague Simon Chelugui will be very well equipped to handle this. But just to tell you that my understanding, having served in cabinet previously, my understanding that the principle of collective responsibility will come to bear on how the Hustler Fund will be managed. And the Youth Fund, the Women Fund, the Wezo Fund, all those funds should work in sync, and there should be some synergy. And I'm aware that consultations are already going on how that space will be managed with symphonious harmony, so that you don't lose time, you don't lose energy, and you don't lose resources. And I believe that I'll make my contribution in that direction and in that regard. Mheshimiwa Dawood, Sports Kenya. Once a commitment has been made, the commitment should be honored. And what I can tell you is that it will be important for us to review all these commitments and see how they can be implemented, because there must have been a motivation, there must have been a reason why these commitments were done, including in your constituency. And I want to assure this House that when I was first Minister for Youth Affairs and Sports, I was also Member of Parliament. So I already had a habit of working very closely with the House, basically having the Ministry and the House working in sync. I intend to do the same should you confirm me in this position. So a lot of the issues you are raising here, I'll be very happy to revisit them with the specific attention to respective constituencies. Business innovation and incubation is important. I believe that we must raise the space of sports and the arts to the next level. Today you can go to Amazon, you can go to eBay, you can go to Alibaba, and you will access anything in any part of the world. I believe we can do the same in this country by creating a portal that can help us. If you have a young talented artist in Samburu, they should be able to log into a portal and say, I am here, look at me, assess me, okay? Or some brilliant talent in Msambweni telling you, come look at me. But they should be able to have a way to talk to us. Artists that are churning out fine art, they should be able to have a portal where they can upload their production and say, here it is, any buyer out there. So I would be proposing the establishment of a portal that would work very much along the lines of the Amazons and the eBays and the Alibabas of this world, to make sure that the artistic and sporting talent can be portaled for our young people and our young talents, our talented people, to be able to take full advantage of the digital space. And it can be done. You drive down Ngong Road and you see Jogoo Road. It's amazing, whether it's furniture or pieces of art. It's incredible. But they struggle to market these pieces. We will provide a portal where they can market these pieces and where we can purchase these pieces. And we should also be able to sit in cabinet and ask government. Government is a key driver of any economic sector. Government should buy stuff from these young people. Government should make it a policy that all the nice paintings, like the paintings I see around this hall and the pieces of art, we should be able to see them in every government office, in every parastatal office. And there should be a place where government can actually get these things directly from the artists in a way where we age out the usurious middlemen who suck the blood literally out of our young people. Mheshimiwa Mule, I couldn't agree with you more on cleaning up the space around our federations. And you know, Mheshimiwa, yes, a lot of our federations operate within a framework of the international legal space. FIFA has statutes. The World Athletics Federation has statutes. FINA in swimming has statutes. But these statutes have to be in sync with our domestic legislation. And we must make sure that this is done. So that if corruption is corruption, we must be able to call it out and we must be able to take action without our sports people suffering. So this is an area which, Honorable Mule, I would be very happy to work with the House. One area where we didn't do very well with the Sports Act, it is in terms of sanctions. Sanctioning federations, sanctioning individuals when they go contrary or when they act again contrary to the law. And so they keep on running to the international space. So we need to clean up that, and definitely something I'd be interested in. Honorable Ferdinand, I know what you're talking about. I feel you. I have played football at a rudimental level. Mr. Chairman, actually at one time I was the lead striker for Bunge FC. I don't know whether my record for most number of goals scored for Bunge FC has been broken yet. So I'm very
such record is kept here.
Okay. Now that record does exist, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, that one was broken by Kipchumba Murkomen.
Was it? It has not been communicated officially. But Mr. Chairman, that with a light touch, that I have also been an official of one of the clubs that you mentioned, and I'm very keen to see when we talk about developing community or grassroots football, we must connect it to what we call our community clubs, our community clubs. And so we have to develop these community clubs at all levels. At the national level, talking of teams with real national and international pedigree, like Gor Mahia, like FC Leopards, and other clubs that really represent spirits of their local areas. We have to see how we can support these clubs. And one of the things we are going to do very strongly is to strengthen sponsorship. It is sad that a partner like SuperSport left the local sporting scene, yet it used to play a very significant role in terms of even just marketing our players by airing our live games. When I was minister, I traveled all the way to South Africa to make arrangements in that space with SuperSport. I would want SuperSport to come back. I would want other partners to strengthen that space in terms of sponsorship and exposure. But most importantly, we must put money in our football. Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi, it is an area which I will be very committed to if you find me worthy to serve in this ministry. Mheshimiwa Kosing, if you had a passion meter here, you would actually find that I'm 100% passionate about coming to this ministry. And I'm highly motivated to serve in this ministry. It is a ministry where I have worked previously. And those of us who have had the privilege of serving in government, you serve where you are assigned by the appointing authority with similar passion. And so the current cabinet secretary in charge of sports started off as cabinet secretary for foreign affairs and moved to education and has finished her tour of duty at the Ministry of Sports. That is just how the ball rolls. And you roll with the ball and you serve your nation with passion and motivation where you are assigned. During campaigns, everybody played different roles. There are those who played security roles. I don't think they're going to be required to run security in this country. There are those who played communication roles. They may not necessarily end up running communication. We played our role during the campaigns, and in the spirit of collective responsibility, we'll continue working together. But yes, I'm highly motivated to serve in this docket. Honorable Murungara, let me, when you talk about the youth of Kenya and jobs, Mr. Chairman, the youth of Kenya are disillusioned. They're dispirited. They feel disenfranchised. And it is not accidental that in the last elections, the largest portion of Kenyans who did not turn up to vote were actually Kenyan youth, because they just feel disconnected from the, what you can call the mainstream economy of this country. We have to give the youth of this country fresh hope. And we have to start by putting in place policies and measures that can enable them to have a dignified existence. And so if you have young people who are being absorbed through the Ajira program, for instance, we have a program in this country called the Ajira program. There must be a way where after you have played a role in the Ajira program, government somehow mainstreams you into the system. As I talk to you now, Mheshimiwa Murungara, 1,300 young people are engaged at the judiciary, doing transcription, doing scanning, basically helping in the digital operations of the judiciary under the Ajira program. There must be a way where these 1,300 young people, and they are young people who have gone to school well, there must be a way where they can be absorbed. And so I am going to be the #1 champion for young people to be integrated in the mainstream economy, and to make sure that those who want to live off their talent, they live off their talent with dignity. And we can do this by investing in infrastructure, helping with marketing, opening avenues for them to earn a dignified living, and protecting them in terms of protecting their intellectual property and making sure that what they're bringing to the table is recognized. Be assured of my full support and availability. And my policy would be that nothing for young people without them. And so a lot of the things we want to do, we want young people to be at the center of it, driving it, whether it's the Youth Fund, whether the National Youth Council, whether the National Employment Authority. You want to see young people fully engaged in these programs for them. Mheshimiwa Rehab, empowering young people to pursue sports as an industry, as a formal engagement, I am with you 100%. And that is why I'm talking of innovations like eBay, Amazon, Alibaba, where we provide a space where young people can share their creativity, they can share their talent, but also make it clear to federations in this country that these young people do not exist to just service their interests. So the way they operate must be in a manner that serves the best interests of these sports people. And if for nothing else, at the end of the Kenya Kwanza government, and I know His Excellency President William Ruto is very passionate about this, we should have elevated sports and the arts into a roaring industry and a mega employer of our young people. Mheshimiwa Naisula, Stadia have stalled all over the place. Cameroon, I think, is stalled at just about 40%, and many others all over the place. And you're right, there is definitely no value for money in a lot of these places. And the sad thing also is that we are still building stadia in the old mold. A stadia, we are still thinking that a stadia is a terrace, a green pitch in the middle, and some track around. No, the world moved on. Stadia now are integrated facilities. Stadia have theater. Stadia have recording studios. Stadia it's an integrated space where sports people and artists can do so much more than just kicking a ball on the green patch or running around the track. And so one of the things that we must do also is to revisit even the design of our stadia. And we must turn all our stadia must be turned into centers of excellence so that we have activities going on there continuously. I mentioned Clairefontaine, which is run by the French football, but there are also clubs. When you go to Barcelona, they run a great academy called La Masia, where they churn out great talent like Messi, who was discovered at the age of 6, 7. Who is discovering talent in this country at age 6, age 7? And where would these talents be discovered? We must make this the spaces where we can spot this talent and grow this talent so that we can be able to compete with the rest of the world. And it is an area where I'm going to be available. We will assess the facilities that are in place and then start a new journey on how to manage that space better. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Namwamba. I'll give Honorable Posing one last chance.
Was there anything remaining?
Yes, I'll give you one last chance.
Was there anything remaining? I wish the candidate wish the candidates exist.
You okay?
Yeah. I wish the
Mishimbogo has sent me a question. He was afraid of having another bite, but I'll allow you to ask yourself about the rehabilitation of youths' substances.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you for giving me this chance once again. To our nominee, I know you are aware about drugs menace in the Coast region and even in the entire country. Nairobi, even now in the area like Nakuru. The other time I was talking to Mheshimiwa Gikari, and he also told me that it's a big problem in Nakuru. Right now, currently in our government, we don't have any public rehabilitation centers. What we have those which are privately owned. I don't know whether you have some plans to ensure that we actually have public rehabilitation centers, and this should be at the constituency level. Because right now, what we have been seeing, the mushrooming juvenile gangs, it's as a result of drugs addicts. We have really tried to do some outreach program, sensitization. We have talked to the government regarding the barons, the agents of drugs, but it's like, it's a big cartel. There's so many people who are in this cartel, and it has become very difficult. What we are hearing is that maybe some of the police officers are on payroll weekly, monthly. So it is very difficult. We don't know what we can do. When you go to Lamu right now, you can just cry, seeing big numbers of youth in drugs. It's not like 100 youth. You see like 2,000 youth in Lamu. You come to Mombasa, you see like 5,000 youth in drugs, hard drugs. We don't know what we can do. We have really tried so many times. We have even identified the barons, those we call vichuzi. We take information to the police personnel, but nothing is being done. Up to now, I don't know what's wrong with our borders. Like for instance, our border Lunga Lunga here, Horohoro, Tanzania and Kenya, where most of the drugs which come to Mombasa passes through those borders. I think there must be something differently which is going to be done to ensure that we save the youth of this country. Otherwise, as parents, we have our daughters, they will not even get husband where we are going in the Coast region. Because, you know, for them, they're not even interested in having girlfriend, in marrying. What they're interested is just getting the kete, that one kete, You buy it at 200 and it's all. Nothing else. They're not interested in anything in life, in what, nothing. Just drugs. It's really pathetic, Honorable Speaker. I'm really crying anytime I talk about drugs. I'm really crying. In my constituency, anytime I go, anytime I just land in Likoni constituency, I get around 1,000 youth coming for me. Mama tujapona. And you can give them money. They don't buy food. They don't buy clothing. They just buy dekete, that hard drug. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Namwamba, there's a Kenyan who has sent a message asking me to ask you what you are going to do about youth addiction to gambling in the country. Yes. We need to close. Yes, Gikaria.
Thank you. Just as I was going through, just before somebody else sent me a question regarding, when you talk about sports, Bwana Namwamba, and the big clubs, then we forget the route where it starts. And that route, your offices are devolved, but they don't have even enough funding to be able to do some little bit of some activities at the local level, so that they can be able to somebody can be able to nurture. Myself, I've been in football for 30 years, and I will tell you how important it is for us to start the youth clubs at our local level. And lastly, Chair, about
thank
this.
You. I gave you one.
Okay, so.
Russell.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Ababu, it is looking out of the box that we may, this really will just be a statement, a shopping list in case we will approve your nomination. In our region, a lot of youth are the ones who are involved in wrestling and causing chaos in terms of security. Recently, we saw a lady who was teaching youngsters archery in Baringo. I think Baringo or West Pokot, one of the two. That brought so many youths together, others who are perennially trouble causers. If that thinking out of the box can actually be encouraged in the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ababu, shortest time possible.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mheshimiwa Mboko, the drugs challenge is, goodness, it's a monster. It is destroying our young people incredibly. And the sad thing that it's just not localized around the coastal belt. It is now pretty much all over the place. And as I said earlier, it has now even infiltrated the sporting arena. In fact, the challenge I posed earlier of doping must be recognized as drug abuse. And even those substances that our young people are being caught with, those substances must be rated as drugs, and the penalties meted on the offenders must be as severe as the penalties we have for what you want to call the hard narcotics. And so this is an area where we have to work. We have to approach it through education. I know there is a very useful program called the Olympic Values Education Program, which integrates a number of values that can be part of our CBC training program. And this can be done in partnership with bodies like NACADA and ADAC. ADAC is the anti-doping agency of Kenya. But it is a space which will take a multi-agency, a multifaceted approach, and it requires incredible volume of resources. It is something which government must have an integrated, clear framework. I can tell you that because the majority of the people who are affected are young people, Honorable Mboko, what I can commit at this stage is that if I'm confirmed in this office, I would be a champion against drug abuse within cabinet to push for a framework by government, an integrated framework that can confront this monster before it destroys a whole generation right before our eyes. Honorable Speaker, alongside drugs is gambling. Gambling, and this is another huge challenge. And I remember the last time I was in this honorable house, we grappled with this challenge of how do we. I remember especially the contributions of the late Jacoyo Midio, who was very passionate about this agenda on the risk posed to our young people by gambling. Again, this is an area which we have to manage. The gambling industry is a big global enterprise. The betting firms are also now some of the key partners in the space of financing sports, and so we need to find a framework to balance this. And again, it is an area where I'll be available to listen to best practices to see how we can manage that space better, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Gikaria, we just must fund local. I said earlier, we have to go basic. We have to start right from the bottom. I do recall that in the early days when some of our teams were doing very well, Harambee Stars was doing very well, teams like Gor Mahia were winning continental tournaments. Is a time when they had a stream of talent flowing in right from the grassroots. Teams like FC Leopards would get players straight from Kakamega High School. You could see some form of conveyor belt conveying talent, and that talent feeding the national teams and our Harambee Stars. We have to go back to those basics, and we have to send funds to where the rubber meets the road. Honorable Russell, for me, it's not even looking out of the box. It is thinking completely, entirely, absolutely, without ambiguity, without the box. So that we throw away the box and just now think afresh, anew, so that we can take this country to the next level. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ababu, I'll ask you just one or two questions. I want to focus on our athletes, because in our sports, they're the most visible ambassadors. Honorable Naisula mentioned of Kenya's national anthem being played in the most unexpected places because one of our athletes has struck a gold medal, has beaten the world. But eventually, these world beaters get captured by promoters and agents. Would you consider if you get the opportunity to run this ministry, to engage the Attorney General and start a vibrant legal support program to help these young Kenyans when they want to engage those agents? There must be a lawyer on hand to draft a contract that is enforceable, that will guarantee and protect their interests, so that the agent doesn't become the athlete and the athlete becomes a guinea pig. You also need to engage probably the Ministry of Finance, the Treasury, to help in how to manage the resources these young people get. When they come in with their money, who advises them how to invest it for the future? Because they'll never run forever. You must have read a book called The Old Man and the Medal by Ferdinand Oyono, where an old man called Mecca is given a medal, like all our athletes have. And he goes to the local market, puts it around his neck and walks around, and he realized nobody either recognized him or was interested in him. And yet he was supposed to be the hero. And that's what we're having. Henry Rono, the others. You know, if the legacy you live in this ministry, cascading from athletics, because that's our biggest sports enterprise, how to help these young people earn their money, keep it for later years, have contracts properly executed, have proper advice, be given incentives, gifts, tax breaks, whatever. That's what is lacking. That's why they live here and go and run for Qatar, because they appreciate them more than we do. Where Honorable Posing comes from, there's a man on Kimombwa. He won a gold medal in one of the Olympics, the only one that Kenya won in one of the Olympics. Nobody hears about him. Even in Kapenguria, where he was born, there is not even a street named after him. Nothing. So that's what I want you to, among other things, of course, look at. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I couldn't have put it any better than you have. There's no feeling more tiring, more inspiring, more touching in a nationalistic pride sense than hearing that national anthem play. That flag rise, whether it is in Brasilia or Amsterdam or New York or Beijing. I don't believe this country has any other branding value bigger than that. And we have definitely not. One, we have not exploited it fully. Secondly, we have not done even the basic quid pro quo. Because if you are just to do the basic quid pro quo for these athletes, they are scratching the national back. No one is scratching their back, Mr. Chairman. Just basic. So I want to make a commitment, Mr. Chairman, that this is an area where we must work seriously. The idea of having the AG's office involved is brilliant, and they already have a pro bono scheme. It's a pro bono scheme which you can log in as a public interest program where our athletes can be provided free services as part of that quid pro quo, and they can be given information on contracting. They can be given information even just on basics of the risks that lead them into doping. Engagements with agents, because not every agent that comes here is a nice person, and some of them do terrible things. There are even serious cases of sexual harassment, sexual abuse of some of our young people. So it is an area which definitely, Mr. Chairman, I'll pick up. Investment and market intelligence is something which Treasury can provide, where these young people can be given training, they can be given information to know the investment vehicles that are available. For instance, now the Kenya Kwanza government is going to be very big on affordable housing. It's an area where our athletes can be guided on how to direct their resources, be part of national government development, while also putting their money to good use. So yes, Mr. Chairman, I am very well guided by your supreme wisdom, Mr. Chairman.
3 minutes. Tell us what you want us to do for you.
Mr. Chairman, let me first of all say that sitting in this room in front of you and these honorable members, I'm a very proud Kenyan that our institutions truly have matured. The manner in which you have conducted this exercise, the decorum, the maturity, just makes every Kenyan's heart fill with pride that we are maturing as a country and our democracy is on another level. So I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the honorable members for making this house and making this country so proud. Let me also use this opportunity to thank His Excellency the President for finding me worthy of nomination to this office, and give the assurance that should this house find me worthy to serve, I would definitely put my best foot forward. with passion and full motivation, Honorable Kusing. And just to conclude by saying that I am a hustler and the son of a hustler, like hustlers like many of us are. I have walked that journey of coming from the village to be able to sit here and get the privilege to serve my country. And I want to thank the people of Budalangi. They are Abanyala people. Honorable Chair Mheshimiwa Wandai would tell you that the people that they call Jomanyala, they are actually the real Jonam. And while our good neighbor and Shemej think they are better fishermen and sailors, Jomanyala actually say we taught these good neighbors how to fish and how to sail. And we also taught the Igbo of Nigeria how to wrestle. Amalinza the cat can confirm that. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank these people who gave me the platform to become who I am, and just to give an assurance to the sporting fraternity that if I'm confirmed in this position, I'm going to be listening very keenly to everybody, and I'm going to run an open door policy where my door will be open to all stakeholders to work in so that we can improve this sector together. And the young people of this country, I want to be a friend of the youth of this country. I want to give them voice. I want to open doors of opportunity to them. As they say themselves, Nawalambotov na ninawarank tu sana as young people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Namwamba. You are now released to leave the committee and go to your other duties. Thank you for answering questions clearly. Honorable members, a stretch of 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Then the Sergeant, look for our next nominee.
Mtazamaji, Ababu Namwamba hapo akiondoka mbele ya kamati ya uteuzi ya bunge ambayo imempiga msasa kuhusu mipango alionayo kwenye wizara ya michezo na masuala ya vijana, ambayo ndio wizara ameteuliwa kufanya kazi ama kuisimamia ama kuishikilia, lakini hivi leo amefika mbele ya kamati hiyo kujieleza ni namna gani atakavyoboresha masuala yanayohusiana na wizara hiyo, ni mifumo gani atakayoweka kwenye wizara hiyo angalau kufanikisha masuala yanamgusa kijana na masuala yanayogusa michezo kwa vijana humu nchini. Wabunge wakiibua masuala tofauti kutoka kwa fedha ama kitita cha michezo, vile dawa zinazosemekana kutumiwa na wanariadha katika kusisimua misuli. Vile ameulizwa kama tayari, kumbuka alikuwa ameshahudumu katika wizara hiyo mwaka 2012 na 13, na kuulizwa kwamba ni yapi mapya atakayoyaleta, na kama alihudumu wakati huo ni kitu gani ambacho nadhani hakukifanya ambacho pengine kwa sasa atakifanya. Ababu Namwamba hapo akijielezea kwamba wakati alipokuwa afisini mida hiyo aliweza kupitisha mswada mmoja ambao umewezesha ama sheria moja ambayo imewezesha wanariadha ama wizara ya fedha wizara ya michezo kuweza kupata kitita cha fedha kwa wanariadha ama kwa wanamichezo ama vile kwa wanaspoti katika nchi hii. Masuala yameibuliwa pia kutokana na mambo ya michezo ya bahati nasibu ama ukipenda gambling ama vile betting, ambapo vijana wengi wameonekana kutumbukia kwenye lindi hilo la kupoteza hela zao kwa minajili ya kutaka kuingia kwenye mchezo huo wa bahati nasibu. Akasema kwamba kampuni hizo zinazotoa nafasi hiyo ya kufanya betting basi ni kampuni ambazo pia zinasimamia mashindano mbalimbali ya michezo humu nchini, na kwamba atajaribu kutafuta njia mwafaka tu ya kuona kwamba kampuni hizo hazifungwi na vile vile wa vijana hawatumbuki katika swala hilo la kuingia kwenye mchezo wa bahati nasibu kiasi cha kupoteza hela zao. Swala liloibuka lingine ni kuhusu dawa za kulevya kwa vijana katika maeneo mbalimbali. Mbunge wa Likoni Mishimboko akizua swala hilo na kusema kwamba maeneo mengi kama vile Mombasa, Lamu, Nairobi, Nakuru, kuna vijana wengi ambao wameweza kuathirika na dawa za kulevya, lakini hakuna mpango mwafaka wala mpango maalum wa kuwawezesha kupata usaidizi, akisema kwamba vile vituo vya kurekebisha tabia za vijana hawa hakuna moja inayomilikiwa na serikali. Nyingi zao ni zile ambazo zinamilikiwa na watu binafsi, akisema kwamba hela za vijana hawa kuweza kufika katika vituo hivyo kupata usaidizi hazimo, na kwamba waziri ama wizara basi ya masuala ya vijana inafaa kuingilia kati na kuhakikisha kwamba vijana wanashughulikiwa ipasavyo, imani kutokana na kupata kwa ajira ama ni masuala yao wenyewe, maisha yao wenyewe waweze kusaidika vilivyo. Kuna swala lingine pia ambalo ameligusia kuhusu fedha za ama kile kitita cha wanamichezo ama wanaspoti, akisema kwamba atahakikisha kwamba fedha hiyo hakuna ubadhirifu wa fedha. Unakumbuka hivi majuzi kuna mwanariadha ambaye alifaa kufika nchi ya ng'ambo kwa mashindano fulani, lakini alichelewa kwa muda kutokana na pengine mipango ambayo haikuwekwa vizuri, lakini amesema kwamba kitita hicho atakiweka vizuri, kwamba hakutakuwa na ubadhirifu wa fedha na kwamba hakuna mwanariadha ama mwana michezo yoyote ambaye atachelewa kufika nchi za ng'ambo kushiriki michezo yoyote, ima ni riadha ama ni michezo ya kandanda ama ni soka, mtazamaji. Kwa hivyo huyo amekuwa ni Ababu Namwamba, amezungumzia mambo mengi, lakini kwa sasa kamati imechukua pumziko mafupi ikiwa inapangia nafasi yake aliyeteuliwa kuchukua wizara ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki ambaye ni Rebecca Miano. Kwa sasa Rebecca Miano ni mkurugenzi mkuu vile vile afisa mkuu katika kampuni ya umeme ya KenGen kuanzia mwaka 2017. Anayo tajriba ya miaka 30 katika sekta ya kawi, na yeye ndiye amepewa uteuzi katika wizara ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki na maeneo kame vile vile na ukanda ama ukanda wa Afrika Mashariki, mtazamaji. Kwa hivyo ni mapumziko mafupi tu wanaochukua, lakini tayari Miano ameshafika kwenye jumba hili. Muda si muda atakuwa anafika katika kiti kile ambacho wengi tayari wameshakikalia. Atakapomaliza Rebecca watakuwa wamekamilika mawaziri walioteuliwa 20 kwenye zoezi hili ambalo lilianza tangu Jumatatu, leo ikiwa ni siku ya 4, kamati ikiweza kuwapiga msasa mawaziri wateule 5 kwa kila siku. Leo ni siku ya 4 na Rebecca Miano ndiye atakayekuwa anafunga zoezi la leo ama kikao cha leo ambacho kimeweza kuwapiga msasa waziri aliyeteuliwa kwenye wizara ya kilimo na mifugo, vile vile waziri aliyeteuliwa kwenye wizara ya elimu, waziri aliyeteuliwa kwenye wizara ya ICT ama kupenda mawasiliano na uchumi wa kidijitali ama dijitali ya kiuchumi. Pia vile vile ametoka sasa ni waziri aliyeteuliwa kwenye wizara ya michezo na masuala ya vijana. Kwa hivyo aliyesalia mwisho ni Rebecca Miano, atakayekuja kujipigia upatu, atakayekuja kujieleza vyema kama wizara hii ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki na maeneo yaliyokame. Kumbuka kwa sasa ni mkurugenzi mkuu vile vile afisa mkuu kwenye kampuni ya kutengeneza umeme ya KenGen kuanzia mwaka wa 2017. Masuala ambayo yanamkodolea macho Rebecca atakapochukua hatamu, iwapo kamati itamhurumia na kumpa nafasi kuhudumu katika wizara hii, basi kuna masuala ambayo atatakana ama Wakenya wana imani kwamba atakuwa anaweza kuyashughulikia, masuala ya biashara baina ya nchi ya Kenya na nchi zilizopo katika Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki ikiwemo Uganda na Tanzania. Inaarifiwa kwamba mwaka wa kuna biashara baina ya Kenya na nchi nyingine katika muda wa miaka iliyopita, ni kwamba biashara ilipungua na kwamba kunahitajika kuwe na maelewano ama mipango mwafaka ya kuwezesha biashara hizo kuinuka. Inaelezewa kwamba mauzo ya Kenya ambayo yalikwenda nchi jirani ya Uganda na Tanzania na vile vile Rwanda yalipungua kwa 19.9 katika miezi 6 kufikia Juni. Mauzo ya kutoka Kenya kuelekea Uganda na Tanzania vile vile Rwanda yaliweza kupungua kwa 19.9 katika miezi 6 kufikia mwezi Juni. Kwa hivyo jambo hilo na imani ya kwamba baadhi ya wabunge wanaokaa kwenye kamati hii watakuwa wanamtaka Miano kuelezea ni mbinu zipi, ni maarifa gani ama ni mienendo gani atakayokuwa anaileta kwenye wizara hii kuhakikisha kwamba mambo ambayo yanaizonga wizara hii yanaweza kushughulikiwa ipasavyo. Vile vile tunaelewa kwamba Rebecca atafika mbele ya kamati jioni hii leo na kwamba kunayo masuala mengi ambayo ataweza kuuliziwa, lakini cha kufahamu ni kwamba Rebecca tu ni mmoja wa wale wana teknolojia ambao Rais William Ruto aliweza kuwateua katika wizara yake, akiwa na mwenzake yule wa wizara ya hazina ama kwenda treasury, Njuguna, ambaye alifanyiwa mahojiano hayo pale juzi. Wao ndio tu wawili ambao ni wana teknolojia walioweza kupata nafasi katika wizara ama kupata nafasi kuteuliwa katika katika cabinet yake Rais Dr. William Ruto. Wengi wa wale waliopewa nafasi hii wakiwa ni wanasiasa, lakini hao wawili Rebecca Miano na mwenzake Njuguna Ndungu ambaye alipigwa msasa juzi akiwa anatakiwa kushikilia wizara ya hazina, wao ndio wawili ambao ni wana teknolojia tu na wala sio wanasiasa. Kwa hivyo kama unavyoona hapo ni kwamba wana kamati wa kamati hiyo ya uteuzi ya bunge tayari wamesharudi baada ya mapumziko mafupi, na muda si muda ni kwamba Rebecca atakuwa anatokezea pale, na kama ilivyo ada atachukua kiapo na kuonyesha kwamba yote atakayoyazungumza mbele ya kamati, yote atakayokuwa anayasema yatakuwa ni ukweli, na kwamba hatokwenda kando ama nje ya yale anayotakiwa kuyazungumza. Kila mwanakamati pale akiwa amepewa muda tu mchache wa kuweza kuuliza swali moja, angalau akienda zaidi maswali mawili tu, lakini kwa kifupi, ili kuweza kutoa nafasi kwa kila mmoja kuweza kupata nafasi ya kuuliza swali kwa waziri mteule atakayefika mbele ya kamati hii, ikiwa ni kikao ambacho kinatarajiwa kuchukua takriban saa 2 kutoka sasa. Iwapo wataanza, basi pengine mwendo wa saa 1, saa 2 ndipo pengine watakuwa wanakamilisha mahojiano hayo naye Rebecca Miano. Kwa hivyo kama unavyoona tayari spika wa bunge la kitaifa Mheshimiwa Moses Wetangula, ambaye pia ndiye mwenyekiti wa kamati hii, tayari ameshafika pale, na wabunge mbalimbali walio kwenye kamati hii wameshachukua nafasi zao. Itakuwa ni kwamba saizi Rebecca Miano pengine anapangwa tu mahali alipo aweze kufika kwenye kile kiti ambacho hakijakaliwa na mtu kwa sasa, manake yeye ndiye anayestahili kuja kukalia. Tayari mwenzake Ababu Namwamba ameshatoka pale na ameshajieleza vilivyo, akisema iwapo kamati hii itamwangalia na jicho la huruma, basi lake tu itakuwa ni kuboresha masuala ya vijana, manake Kumbuka pia vijana wengi ndio wanaohusika katika fani ya michezo, fani ya usanii na fani pia inayohusiana na mambo ya kidijitali. Kwa hivyo akasema yeye atakapoingia pale basi atakuwa ana elekeza macho yake zaidi kuhakikisha kwamba maslahi ya kijana yanaweza kushughulikiwa ipasavyo, angalau kuweza kuwainua katika kujijenga kiuchumi, kiajira na pia katika maisha ya baadaye. Rebecca Miano, kama nilivyokujuza hapo awali, ni mkurugenzi mkuu na vile vile afisa mkuu wa kampuni ya umeme ama ya kutengeneza umeme ya KenGen kuanzia mwaka 2017. Anayo tajriba ya zaidi ya miaka ama takriban miaka 30 katika ya uzoefu wa katika sekta ya kawi. Inaarifiwa kwamba Rebecca alianza taaluma yake katika kampuni ya umeme ya Kenya Power mnamo mwaka 1991. Anayo shahada na mtazamaji, kama unavyoona Rebecca Miano ndio huyo tayari ameshawasili, ameshakikalia kiti hicho ambacho wenzake tayari 19 amekikalia na kuweza kujieleza. Kwa hivyo ni ruhusu tu kwa sasa nikupishe uweze kupata matangazo haya moja kwa moja kutoka kwa kamati hii inayoongozwa na Spika wa Bunge la Kitaifa Mheshimiwa Moses Wetangula ambaye pia ni mwenyekiti. Rebecca Miano ndio huyo tayari ameshafika na atakuwa anachukua kiapo kama ilivyo ada kabla ya kuanza mahojiano hayo na kujielezea uwezo wake na wasifu wake ambao utakuwa unampa nafasi kwenye wizara hiyo. Mtazamaji, ni hayo tu kwa sasa, wacha nikupishe umsikize Rebecca Miano ni yepi anayo kusema.
On your right hand, lift it and take the oath.
Okay. I, Rebecca Miano, do hereby swear to testify on all matters in question and tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Welcome, Ms. Rebecca Miano. This is a committee of the National Assembly, the House of Parliament, constitutionally vested with the authority to conduct confirmation hearings, or vetting as it's called, to establish the suitability of your nomination by His Excellency the President to occupy the position as the Cabinet Secretary for East African Community, Arid and Semi-Arid Lands and Regional Development. The committee is chaired by the Speaker, here speaking, yours truly, and we have members who I'll invite to introduce themselves, starting with the Majority Leader.
My name is
Opio Wandai, MP Ugunja.
My name is Owen Baya, MP Kilifi North.
My name is Robert Mbui, MP Kadiani.
My name is Rehab Mukami, County MP, Nyeri.
I'm Ferdinand Kevin Wanyonyi, Member of Parliament, Kwanza, Trans Nzoia County.
My name is George Gitonga Murugara, Member of Parliament for Tharaka Constituency, Tharaka Nithi County.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Kosing David, MP, Pokot South, in West Pokot County.
My name is Abdul Rahim Daoud, MP for Nordimenti, Meru County.
Honorable Mishimboko MP Likoni, a member of this committee.
Nelson Arab Koech, Member of Parliament, Belgut.
Caleb Amisi, MP Saboti.
Abdi Shurie, MP Palambala.
Masemeri, MP Teso South.
Gikaria David, Nakuru Town East.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
We also have the parliamentary team, secretariat led by Florence. You introduce your team.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Sitting in for the clerk, I'm Florence Atenyo Abonyo, Director, Audit, Appropriations and other select committees. With me is Mr. Michael Karuru, the Deputy Director, Legal Services, and behind him is a team of officers in the committee secretariat.
We are going to conduct an engagement with you for 90 minutes, within which members of this committee will ask you questions, will make comments about you. You will be obliged to answer every question put to you clearly, precisely, concisely, no beating about the bush, no unnecessary and unhelpful stories. When you ask a question, it's asked through the chair, and you answer all the questions through the chair. Avoid any temptation to exchange or engage members directly, because in the rules of the House, we all speak through the chair. We will be focusing on one singular objective: to establish your suitability or otherwise in holding the office to which you have been nominated, so that the President can be advised whether you foot the bill. Before we do that, we'll go through a few preliminaries, and thereafter I'll give you about 10 minutes or less to tell this committee the story of your life. Who is Rebecca Miano? How have you walked your journey to where you are? I'll start by asking you the documents that you ought to have come with. If you have sent them to us, the clerks will want to see the originals to compare with what you sent to them. They'll release back the originals to you. Do you have a KRA clearance, tax clearance certificate?
Okay. Yes, Mr. Chair, I have.
Do you have your Higher Education Loans Board clearance?
Yes, I do.
Do you have your clearance by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission?
Yes, I have.
Do you have a certificate of good conduct from the DCI?
Yes, I have it.
Have you ever been charged in a court of law and convicted of an offense?
No, I haven't.
Are you a dual citizen of Kenya and any other sovereign?
No, I am not.
You have your national ID card, the original?
Yes, I have.
You'll show it to the clerks. At a personal level, what is your financial net worth?
Mr. Chairman, my financial net worth is 397 million shillings.
How do you segregate that?
I had submitted it in my questionnaire.
We know you do, but you are now testifying.
Yes, I have a house in Nairobi. We also have a house back at home in Nyahururu. The rest are properties that we have acquired over the last 30 years. And what I have shown now,
Say we. You mean?
they are in joint property,
Yes.
my husband and I.
Okay.
And the value is the current market value that has appreciated over time.
That's all? No cars, no nothing?
I have a Toyota Prado, a Mitsubishi Pajero, and an Isuzu truck.
They're all within the three, you said 300 and?
97, 397,100,000.
Good. I will now open the floor for these good members to ask you questions. I'll start with the leadership. Majority Leader. Oh my, sorry. I think I'm jumping the gun, diminishing returns. The journey of your life, Rebecca. In 10 minutes, who is Rebecca Miano? Kenyans want to know.
Thank you, Chair
Yes.
and honorable members. I am Rebecca Miano. I would describe myself as a humble country girl born in Daragwa scheme that is in Nyandarua County. I was born in a large family of 14 siblings, and I am number 13 out of 14. My father was a civil servant and the sole breadwinner for the family. And therefore, Chair, we grew up with little resources, but I thank my parents that they invested in education for myself and my siblings. And when I look back at my life growing up in Daragwa, I have realized that what was packaged as challenges has contributed to my life. Chair, I was sent to a boarding school at a tender age in class 4 because the weather in Daragwa was quite cold and I would miss school often. And so at the age of 8, my father made a bold decision to take me to boarding school. And Chair, boarding school teaches the pupils to be independent, but what I recall most about boarding school are the opening days. We used to open school on Mondays, but my father never took an off to take me back to school on Monday. He therefore would take me to school on a Sunday. Classmates would describe me as the girl who used to be brought to school on a Sunday when everybody else will come in on Monday. The matron would receive me, Chair, and in the evening would put me in the dormitory. The only privilege I had, she would ask me to choose which bed I would want to sleep on that day. And it was a big dormitory. We had no electricity. And I remember vividly, I used to be very lonely the whole night. Then the following day, I would be alone in the compound until other students arrived around 3. Looking back, the matron should have kept me in her house for that night to make me better, but all the same. So after primary, I passed, and I went to secondary school, a school called Kapropita Girls in Baringo, where I sat and passed my O-level and my A-level in the same school. Again, opening days, my mother would take me to the road, I get to a matatu, and Baringo was quite far. I would arrive in the evening. And my father and mother trusted the process that she has gone, she will close school and come back. And so that's the kind of life I had in primary and secondary school. Later admitted to Nairobi University, studied law, then Kenya School of Law, and I was admitted as an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. I had a short stint in legal practice, and my career detoured into corporate world. I joined the energy sector as an assistant legal officer. And Chair, I grew through the ranks up to what I am now. And I describe my career as a staircase career, where I served in each and every grade that was in the establishment. Some of the roles I served, senior legal officer, later became company secretary and legal affairs director, to whom elevator or escalator in my career. I steadily rose the staircase, and when I thought I have landed, it looks like there is still another staircase that I am here to discuss with you today. Chair, in the energy sector, I am proud of many achievements, and the one I'll point out is being able to steer a company that has provided security of power in the country. Chair, if you recall, around the year 2007 or 008, we had a similar drought like we have now, but we didn't have enough power. We would buy newspapers to check the schedule of when your area would have electricity. Right now, we do not have water, but we still have electricity because of the diversification of power generation, especially venturing into geothermal. We have done many other things. Kenya is now number 6 in the world in terms of geothermal development, which is something to be proud about. And there are many other achievements that I have included in my CV. Chair, I have also undertaken professional and postgraduate trainings and qualifications, including advanced management from Strathmore University and the University of Ayese in Spain, program on negotiations from the Harvard Business School, management of power utilities, a course that I did earlier on in life. Chair, at that time I was more interested in travel, but looking back, that is one of the most important courses I did, and I managed to understand fully power generation. After Kenya Power, there was unbundling of the energy sector and separation of functions, generation, transmission, and distribution, and that's when I moved to Kengen to start a legal department. I am a member of professional bodies. I will start with the Law Society of Kenya, East Africa Law Society. I am also Group Advisory Council on Gender and Development. I am serving as the Vice Chair of the UN Global Compact, and this is a movement that enables leaders to discuss business sustainability and practices that will promote business. Mr. Chairman, I also serve in other capacities, but I'll leave that for now. I am a family lady. I am married. I have 3 children, all in their youth and teen age. And I do hope, together with the other youth in this country, they will prepare themselves to participate in nation building for the benefit of our people. Chair, for the docket, I have been nominated. If my nomination is approved, I look forward to pursuing and protecting Kenya's interests, especially in the first theater of our interaction, which we call our neighborhood, which is the East African community. I also look forward to participate in development of our regions and our arid and semi-arid lands for posterity, prosperity, and for the good of our people in Kenya. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Rebecca. We'll now open up to questions, comments from members of the committee. I'll give the first bite to the majority leader.
Thank you, Chair. The first one probably would just be a clarification whether Mrs. Rebecca Miano is the same as Rebecca Mwangeli Mwendo, because the degree certificate in her profile reads a different name from all her other credentials. So maybe she would just clarify that. Just to know if you know all the member states of the East African Cooperation Community, and the last member state to be admitted into the community, and that will be all for me.
Thank you. Madam,
you record the questions. Okay. You'll answer them in batches of 4-4. Yes, Wandai.
Yes, Chairman. Madam Rebecca, from your profile, I can see you are largely a corporate person, and indeed you served a record duration at Kengen, about 24 years to date, which is an extremely long time in the corporate world, serving in one particular station or corporate, with one corporate. But that notwithstanding, I've had your achievements, which you have gleaned through. But then, what particular achievement that you would really look back and say you left at Kengen? What kind of legacy that you would transfer with yourself to this new docket, if by any chance you get approved? Apart from the geothermal power expansion or development, which I would call the hardware bit, on the software side, people development, what kind of people have you left behind at Kengen? Yes, to be able to take up this very vital role. You are in Kengen. Secondly, and lastly, the Asal region of Kenya has endured 3 severe droughts in the last decade. That is 2010, 2011, 2016, 2017, and now 2020, 2022. The current drought, of course, has been the most severe and longest, with widespread livelihood losses and massive displacement of populations. So, and you know the role of the National Drought Management Authority, okay, in the overall coordination work over matters to do the drought, risk management, and other mechanisms to end the drought. Now, what exactly, if by any chance you get approved, would you embark on as a matter of priority to first of all equip or position this drought authority, NDMA, to be able to deal with, to execute its mandate effectively, but more importantly, to mitigate the effects of this prolonged severe drought? Thank you.
Yes.
Chair, sorry, I think the law of diminishing marginal returns had set in. But from Honorable Pio's first question, I just remembered something because Rebecca said she has scaled the stairs in her career. And
that she's still scaling.
She is still scaling. In actual sense, she said she didn't know whether there was still another stair to scale. Yes. But I find it's like the president has now elevated you from the corporate sector to CS level. I thought probably the next staircase would have been a PS. Are you comfortable with the elevation, with using the elevator now to CS other than scaling the stairs?
Owen?
Thank you very much. Rebecca, we heard you very clearly, very eloquently presented yourself, but I have two questions. One, I'll focus on your new assigned docket. One, Kenya has invested a lot in the East African community. Which direction will your leadership in this portfolio take, noting the challenges that historically has faced the East African community? You remember very well that this is not the first time we have attempted to unite the East African community, and the new things like currency integration and very many things that are in the East African docket right now. Rebecca, what different things do you bring this time around? How are you going to help this country and the East African region to actually achieve what it wants to achieve? Secondly, you have, in your presentation, you talked about your role in the UN Women and gender and issues like that, and that you bring in a lot of wealth in that area. But despite the affirmative actions that are the provisions of our Constitution have given us, we as a country still to be struggling with the gender parity issue and gender equity issues. In your capacity as CS, how will you help us achieve gender parity in your docket? And what have you done to demonstrate your ability to deliver on this, given your history and the high levels that you have gone on this staircase? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to ask the nominee, because she's been CEO of Kengen for a while, the allegations that the procurement of spares for equipment in the organization were moved from original manufacturers to brokers, which led to, of course, a very high increase in the prices of the spares. Maybe you can make a comment on that. And finally, now that this position you've been nominated to deals with the partnership of states within the community, and you know there has been conflicts between some of these partner states. Some actually sometimes don't even talk to each other. There's also been times when international investments that are supposed to go across borders are affected by those conflicts, including the time when Kenya was part of that coalition we are calling the coalition of the willing, which was within the community. How do you think you will be able to handle those conflicts between partner states?
Dawood.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I would want to ask the nominee about, because she's the MD for Kengen, and Lake Turkana Wind and Power Project squarely falls under her docket, previous docket. It is in the public domain that a lot of money was paid to the company, whereas the transmission was not on grid. So a lot of losses have gone to the country because of that situation. What has she got to say? Because those losses are huge.
They called it dimmed supply. You get it? Dimmed supply. Is that correct, Rebecca? Dimmed supply. You'll answer that. Now answer the 5 questions.
Thank you, Chair. I will start with a question by the majority leader about my name by saying that I had a maiden name that was given by my parents. When I got married, I changed my name to Rebecca Miano. And so the certificates that you see were when I used my maiden name. So I want to confirm that all those Rebeccas are Rebecca Miano, and that's my current name. I also know all the member states of the East African Community, all of them. DR Congo, we have Burundi, we have Rwanda, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, and South Sudan. The latest entrants are South Sudan, and the very latest, DR Congo. I then go to the question by Honorable Wandai about being a corporate person, being in one place for a long time. And Honorable Wandai, if you look at KenGen and its size, a corporate that does the national electricity generation with an asset base of 450 billion, a turnover of about 45 billion shillings every year, a workforce of 2,500, operations spread all over the country. I want to say, apart from my management skills, managing a fleet of 1,904 megawatts, among other things, I have been tested and tried. I have built a scaffolding on which the country has built its power needs, an economy that needs electricity. I have been involved in implementation of big power projects and therefore adding capacity. If you look at data and the information available, at KenGen, it is on record that we have been implementing the projects on time and on budget. So one of the legacies is implementing the power projects successfully. The other one is boldly being a steward and a trustee on behalf of the government and the people of Kenya of a critical function that drives the heartbeat of this nation. The other legacy is the leading role Kenya has in renewable energy. And Chair, 92% of electricity consumed in Kenya today is renewable energy. These are some of the highest percentages you will find in this world. And on a Sunday, when there is low demand, we consume about 96, 97% renewable energy. I have been a champion of renewable energy. I have found myself having meaningful conversations in the world tables, including COP27, and lately, United Nations General Assembly, where I represented Kenya in showcasing our development in renewable energy. And just a little detail, I was among the 16 global CEOs that were picked to go and have a round table with the Secretary General to discuss that. Mr. Chairman, I have also brought in KenGen some initiatives that will probably outlive my tenure there. For a long time, the women in KenGen comprised of less than 10-20%. It's a male-dominated technical company, but we have put in place forums, measures, and policies that support the participation of women in this industry. I am the founding patron of a forum known as Pink Energy, where we have made it possible for women to be more confident, to undertake technical work, discuss their professional growth. We have sorted out even logistical and infrastructure issues that make it possible for them to participate. And Chair, this movement has been a mentor to many girls, especially those in the STEM studies, and we have shown them that we can work together and provide them an opportunity to be engineers, technicians, scientists, geophysicists, and others that girls have been shying away. And currently, we are not yet there, but I am happy to say we are at 27% women. And recently, we recruited the first operations manager in Kengen, who is a lady. That being the example, we have other fora. The YGen for the youth. Recently, we started the Blue Energy, but the Blue are still putting their color and their manifestos and their strategies together. And I would say that then these forums have provided professional growth, professional comfort, and when the three merge, we have seen the benefits. The next question from Honorable Wandai was about the National Drought Management Authority. And yes, Honorable Member, the National Drought Management Authority has done a lot of work, especially in managing the drought and alleviating the effects. And going forward, the strategy I have seen from the National Drought Management Authority is to come up with strategies for more sustainable ways of managing the drought, including managing the effects of climate change, sorting out the water issues, the conflict issues we have seen, so that the strategies they have are not only food relief when there is a drought, but more sustainable ways. And I have looked at their document, and they want to make our country resilient when it comes to drought. Mr. Chairman, I look forward, if approved, to participate in this particular strategy, knowing that power stations are located in areas that have drought, starting with Olkaria all the way to Takwel, the Eastern Hydros in Embu County. And I know that I've been involved in climate change work, and I will be able to study the strategy and give an input into that strategy. So, Chair, I think we will work with the National Drought Management Authority, maybe refocus, and I know the document is good, but there is always room for more creativity, room for innovation, and room for learning to be able to handle drought in this country. Chair, the question by the majority leader about the staircase. Mheshimiwa, there are times that you take too long in one step, in one stair, so at times you may do 2 steps to catch up, but I am fully prepared and ready to take up this docket. I think my qualifications, experience, and skill set have prepared me well, equipped to take up this docket, and I will not call it an elevator. I will just say it is a stair, probably at the right time, and I am blessed that when I least expected a stair, I looked, it wasn't a landing, but another stair. So thank you for that. The question by Mheshimiwa Mbaya.
Owen Mbaya.
Owen Mbaya. Oh.
Owen Mzuri.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. Yes. About the new docket, especially the East African community, and you have rightfully said that there were earlier efforts that did not work, it disintegrated. I remember reading that maybe the main reason why the 1966 to 1977 community did not work was a feeling among partner states that there was no proper sharing of resources and investments, especially in East Africa Airways, and I think East Africa Ports and Harbors, and East African Railway. And at the same time, there could have been ideological differences among the countries and the leaders. It seemed like Kenya pursued an aggressive capitalist ideology, and Tanzania socialism. I read that Uganda was still deciding on their ideology. So with that, it did not work very well. But efforts were made, and in 1999, the leaders then, their excellencies, came back together and revived the East African community. Honorable Mbaya, you asked what will be different this time. I have carefully listened and read the intent of our leaders, especially our own president, His Excellency Dr. William Ruto. I listened to the speech by His Excellency Museveni, and I have also listened keenly by the address by the President of Tanzania, Her Excellency Suluhu, when she addressed the National Assembly. What I see is that the leaders are not basing the new community on ideologies, on the leaders alone, but they have clearly pronounced themselves that the community is about the people. The people will participate. They all have said that we have a lot in common, that we have our origin that is the same, and therefore our destiny is the same. And we should come together to harness the resources that are in this region and coalesce everything together so that as communities we have shared vision, we are able to have economies of scale, and all this for the benefit of our people in the East African community. And Chair, as I was looking at this, it also dawned on me that a strong East African community will also be a springboard for the success of the African Union. And I truly believe that what has been pronounced is that when we are a bigger block, there will be more to achieve. There will be greater strength in working together, because as it is said, a high tide lifts all the ships, and therefore, going forward, I believe that everyone will participate. I've also realized the East Africa community issues are not known very much, not only in Kenya, but in the other community countries. We do need to communicate, and Chair, I am sure the Honorable House will be able to support, have civic education, so that our people are able to know what opportunities exist in the community, what they need to do, how they can harness that, be able to transfer their goods, their skills, their ideas, their intellect, because we share a common culture, we share common religions, tribes, and everything. So going forward, Honorable Mbaya, we have work to do and to unite the East African community. We also look forward to support from each and every group of people, and even our youth, so that as we describe our neighbors, as we talk about our neighbors, as we talk to them, we know that the strength you have about your neighbors, it also participates, it's also built on how we treat each other. So I do look forward to a great success in this particular East Africa community, as envisaged by the anthem of Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. On gender, you asked how I am going to promote gender parity. In the docket that I will be holding, I will check on the policies that exist, because I know there are policies. I will check how they have worked, and then come with the ideas, and based on the experience of what I have handled, be able to strengthen that. I serve as a member of the advisory council for the World Bank Group. There's a lot of learning, a lot of ideas, which will make us benchmark with other countries and with other jurisdictions, and borrow from what has been done before. I then take the question by Honorable Mbui on procurement of spare parts. And Chair, if I may, the procurement of spare parts is included in the procurement plan that is submitted each year by the operations department. These are the engineers who run the power plants. They come up with a schedule of the spares that are required, and they are categorized in various categories. The first one's strategic spare parts, and these are those that have a long lead time, and you need to stock them in case there is an outage, in case there is a breakdown, so that you don't keep the machines down buying those spare parts. The second ones are the consumables you need in operations and maintenance.
Mrs. Miano, his question was very simple. You, as the captain of Kengen, he says you've presided over a shift from procuring spare parts from manufacturers that would give you a price advantage to using middlemen, commonly called cartels, who then cause an inflation of the eventual pricing. Isn't that your question, Robert?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that's my question.
That is the question. So I just Mingi, just explain very clearly whether it is true or not. If it is not true, fine. If it is, then you can explain.
Thank you, Chair. It is not true. What we did in accordance with the Public Procurement and Disposal Act and the regulations that exist, we are required to support local companies, but not blindly. We did check and we realized that it is cheaper, it is faster to procure the spare parts through the local companies because they are there and easily accessible in terms of any clarifications. And Chair, the local suppliers have been able to unlock some of the delays that may be experienced in the EOMs, original equipment manufacturers, who probably get orders from other bigger utilities and companies, and we may not be able to deal with them direct. Our operations team is running power stations, and Chair, I do believe that we have attained efficiencies and we have supported the local suppliers.
Dawood's question.
Honorable Dawood's question is in regard to Lake Turkana. Chair, the Lake Turkana power plant is an independent power producer and not in the mandate of Kengen.
Thank you. Naisula, Koech, Amisi, Mule, Raso. I'll come to you, Posing and Group.
Thank you, Chair. To Rebecca, one of the dockets that you'll be holding, the one on ASAL areas, in our 2010 constitution, one of the key funds that was to unlock most of these areas was the equalization fund. And although it is domiciled at Treasury, I just want to know how you will liaise with your counterpart to ensure that these funds are disbursed to these counties and constituencies, because so far it has only been disbursed once and it has not served the purpose that it was supposed to serve. And my question on the East Africa community, what comes first, the country or the community?
Madam Rebecca, Aror Kimore Dam falls squarely under your ministry, a project that I strongly believe. To your left, Rebecca, have you no one seems to.
Sorry.
Aror Kimore falls under your docket, Madam Rebecca, a project that I strongly believe was stopped because of toxic politics by the previous regime. One, will you revive the halted project? And two, what will you do with the huge penalties that is being slapped to the country, Treasury, by the contractor and the financiers? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. This is a ministry that Kenyans normally have scant information about. Maybe don't bother so much. Just want to know if you know much of the areas of cooperation between the partner states and on the regional development. Do you know the regional development authorities, and do you think they're still viable, or we collapse into the county devolution units instead?
Yes, Mule.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you very much, nominee. And I just want to congratulate you for the good document you gave us.
Very good.
Very good. I just want to refer you to the same document, the report to the presidential task, page 15. You are getting into a docket whereby it carries the entire region together. And as a country, we are faced by a challenge of investors coming in and disappearing to our neighbors because of high costs of production, majorly driven by electricity. As you get to this docket, I want to hear your comment when you look at the cost of production on page 15 and how much is being sold by Kengen against the independent power producers. If you look at table 1 on page 15, Kengen produces over 8,000 megawatts against IPPs who produce 3,000 megawatts, and then they generate revenue. Kengen generate 41 billion shillings for producing 8,000, and IPPs will producing 3,000, they generate 39 billion. And the table goes through from 2016 to 2020. The same time, if you look at the costs by the Kengen and the power independent producers below the second table, you'll find that the cost of generation for Kengen ranges between 4 and 9, but the other independent producers, the cost goes up all the way to between 10 and 11. My question comes hereby: how do you intend to advise the Kenyan government as the Minister for East Africa to become a competitive hub for our investors when this kind of scenario, you are leaving them behind the company you have been overseeing and you have worked for many years diligently?
Russell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Madam Miano, congratulations on your nomination. If I read through your CV and what you have supplied us, and the docket that, if the House approves, you are likely to undertake, is now the difference between using a lift and using the rail staircase. Here we are looking at the East African community, where you have Yala, diverse mistrats competing. Then you have regional development authorities that are underfunded, underappreciated, and also to be disbanded. Then you come to the region that I represent, the ASAL. Famine and drought, conflict, fighting and killing, displacement, underdevelopment, marginalized. You are corporate, so everything was basically available, although some you have to search. But here you have to basically search for everything. What is your strategy in terms of marrying the RDS and the ASAL? Thank you, Chair.
Madam Rebecca, you can answer those. 5. Starting with Naisula, Koech, Amisi, Mule, and Russell.
Thank you, Chair. I will start with a question by Honorable Naisula about the Equalization Fund that came into effect in 2010 and what I would do to discuss with the CS Treasury about this funding. Honorable Naisula, I believe that when you look at the ASALs, we are on a burning platform. There is drought, there are conflicts, there are issues of livestock, peace, a lot of issues. I should be able to discuss with my colleague at Treasury, provide the information and the data, well-researched data, so that he can consider and realize that these funds are a lifeline in these areas, and so that it is released. These areas need not be marginalized, and we need to put our very best foot forward to develop them, make them resilient. In any case, these areas are very well endowed in terms of resources. If you look at the energy minerals, all the sources of renewable energy, 90% of the wildlife, 70% of the livestock, and therefore these are areas that should be prioritized. I believe if I go with all the data available, with strategy that promise sustainability, we may be able to unlock the funds as can be afforded. In terms of East Africa community, you asked what is the priority or what comes first, whether it's the country or the community. Honorable Naisula, I think the community is tied, the community countries are tied to each other on the hip. However, we respect our sovereignty, and in accordance with the treaty, the protocols, we will safeguard and pursue our interest, but in the best way to integrate with the community. Kenya will not succeed if the neighbors have not, if there is no stability, if there are issues, and even the community will not succeed without Kenya. I think we need to get to a situation where the community countries can Bluetooth each other and share trade, resources, share our technology, culture, just like neighbors, because this is our backyard. And if we do that, I think this block, which is the fastest growing block in the world, will be a force to reckon with. And a lot of work has been done. I believe if we implement over the horizons, we will achieve a lot of good, not only for the country, but for the community. Chair, if I may now respond to the question by Honorable Koech on Aror and Kimwarel Dam. If I am approved into this docket, I will study the reports. I will study the feasibility studies and others, and get a full grasp of what the issues are. Because I believe this project was supposed to benefit a group of Kenyans or Kenyans in providing water. Whatever the issues are, would we work with the AG and segregate so that it provides what it was supposed to provide, the water to the people, as the other legal issues are being sorted out? But I will liaise and get advice from the AG. And even in terms of the penalties, I believe the matter is being handled by the Attorney General's office, but I will appraise myself fully and where required, offer strategic recommendations so that we get a solution and so that the people waiting for water do not suffer any longer. The question by Honorable Hamisi asking whether I know the areas of cooperation for the East Africa community. Yes, I do. We have areas of cooperation in trade. We have areas of cooperation in agriculture, technology. I have seen also areas in health. And the community is working on a monetary unit and integration, and also a political federation. And I recall yesterday the Mashujaa Day speech by His Excellency the President. He said, with the work that has been done, a political federation is no longer a far-fetched dream, but it looks like a possibility, and a lot of effort is being done in that. Other things, we know that we share even in our cultures, our people mingle, and if we are able to make this community borderless, barrierless, and make it easy, it will be one of the quick wins in the short term, medium term, and even long term for the success of our communities. There are other cooperations, including discussions about an East Africa power pool and interconnection. And this will enable the community be able to trade power and therefore maybe share the renewable energy, standardize the cost of power, support each other. I recall vividly in the year 2020 when we had a challenge in the Kenyan system and it had tripped. We quickly discussed with Uganda, and we were able to transport some power from Uganda, and that held our system from the western side, and we were able to revive the plants that had tripped. And so, working in the energy sector, I realized how interconnected we are as a community and the much effort we should put to work together. In terms of regional developments, you asked if I know the regional development authorities. Yes, I do. There are 6 in various parts of the country, and they are based on the water basins that we have. Chair, I have looked at the regional developments, and I have had an opportunity to work with them, especially Tarda and KVDA, because of the dams, both Takwel Dam, Masinga, and Kiambere. The way I see it, Chair and honorable members, the regional development authorities, none of them serves a particular county. Each serves, one serves 17 counties, another one 8 counties, and so they have a lot of work to do in development. The issue we have, They were created in the 1970s, each with a standalone act of parliament. But after the promulgation of the Constitution 2010, the mandates of the regional development authorities was not reviewed and aligned with the Constitution. Because of that, you may find overlap, you may find lack of clarity in their mandate in regard to how they sit in with the counties. I am aware that a bill has been presented, and I believe it will be one of the items that will be brought to the National Assembly so that we are able to align the mandates, avoid any overlaps of conflict of mandates or duplication, so that the regional authorities can support the development that is required for this country. I have looked at benchmarking of regional development authorities in various parts of the country, including the Tennessee Valley and others that we have, and they really spur development that is required. And Chair, if you look at our country, until there is no poverty, until everybody prospers, there is room for players to support each other, the multiplier effect of what each authority or each county is able to do, so that we can hasten development and remove the barriers and the marginalization that exists even in those regional authorities. I'll go to the question by Honorable Mule about electricity. And Chair, I want to confirm that the mandate of KenGen, the mission vision, is to generate electricity that is reliable, that is safe, and also affordable. In that regard, the tariff that you have read contributes to that mission, because it is KenGen generates and sells the power to the off-taker at an affordable tariff. Mr. Chairman, electricity pricing is then done in consideration of the Energy Act, pricing formulas, and many other considerations is done by the regulator. And so, Chair, I would like to say that my advice, as you have asked me to say, I would say that for Kenya to become a competitive hub, not only in East Africa, but worldwide, we need to spur demand for electricity. Because, Chair, the electricity that you generate overally is then shared, the cost is shared by fewer consumers. But if you spur demand, it will contribute to affordable cost of power, because there will be very many more customers who are contributing to that. So economies of scale will help in making electricity more competitive and promote the competitiveness of Kenya and even the region as a hub. I will go to the question by Honorable Russell about the regional development. and about the ASALs. I believe that the ASALs hold one of the keys to prosperity in this country. What we need is to have sustainable solutions to the problems therein. The reports I have read and the data I have seen is that we even have a lot of support from development partners and from various quarters. We need good coordination so that we come up with solutions that serve our regions well. I have seen somewhere that one of the shortcomings or one of the challenges is that the communities feel that the solutions proposed did not emanate from them. We need to involve the communities to tailor-make solutions that will alleviate the situation. Chair, I believe people support what they create. So if we go down there and ask for solutions, they will do all they can to make sure that those solutions succeed and those actions are able to alleviate the problems or challenges they understand so well. In regard to the regional development authorities, I had earlier covered the point. I do not vouch for them being disbanded. We only need a law that clarifies and refocuses the mandate. Then we see how they can work, even in an IPP framework, and bring development to those regions for the good of the Kenyan people, and especially in the ASALs.
You are done. Mishi, Posing, George, Ferdinand, and Mary, the Honorable. One question each in that order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, my question will be on fishermen in Lake Victoria, and I cite Migingo, Indian Ocean in Kwale, Shimoni, and Vanga. They face harassment from authorities in the neighboring jurisdiction. How do you plan to resolve regional conflicts arising from harnessing of shared resources? I've just touched on the fishermen, but there is more, even in terms of agriculture and in terms of trade. So what are some of the plans or measures which you're going to put in place to ensure that there is harmony within the East African community? Thank you.
Right. Honorable Posting.
Yeah, thank you, Chair and Speaker. Nominee, Mr. Miano.
Yes.
What would you say are the do's in your ministry? Should Parliament approve you, or take it another way? What will you say? List and say, I'm going to do the following things immediately, and then do that ministry. Or I don't know what to say, because, Speaker, the context of that question is what Honorable Hamisi asked. Many people don't understand this ministry, really. People don't understand in relation to foreign affairs. Because if you want something in Uganda, will you not use the ambassador? And so when is that ambassador yours? And when is that ambassador for foreign affairs? You know? And then finally, maybe finish with elaborating the relevance of regional development agencies in that ministry of East African community. What's the relevance? That may help us understand the ministry of people of Kenya and also understand the responsibility to the same ministry. I thank you, Speaker.
George. Thank you, Chair. Nominee, ASAL areas, possibly are banking on the development of the Grand High Force Dam by Kengen and whoever else is going to be involved. We know the cost is enormous. But when you get into this ministry, which really has to do everything to do with arid and semi-arid areas development, would you vouch for the construction of the Grand High Force Dam?
Thank you, Ferdinand.
Nominee, hoping that the House will elect you or approve your nominee, and I quite agree a lot has been done in East Africa. And two, as a strong Kenyan representative, you are looking, I want you to tell us, currently we have this drought, which is affecting ourselves here and the other side. So what will you put in place, strategies you have put in place with these other East African countries to be able to tackle the drought that you're having today? Next few weeks, maybe, inshallah, God willing, you might be there. So what are you going to do? Because you'll be our strong representative there.
Mary.
Thank you, Chair. The nominee, the position you've been nominated to demands that you should be a person whose character is beyond reproach. It is alleged that your reign at Kengen was characterized by anachronism, nepotism, favoritism. You promoted and rewarded your cronies and relatives, even created special positions for some of them. What do you have to say about that? Is that what Kenyans should expect of you in the new ministry if we approved you? Thank you.
Rebecca, jibu hiyo maswali.
Thank you, Chair. I will start with the question by Honorable Mishi about the fishermen or the fisher folk in various waters, including Migingo. A lot of work has been done to streamline the issue of fishing so that the fisher folk do not get into problems with the authorities. There has been standardization of things like the fishing tools, the kits, the nettings. There are also discussions to see how we can streamline or how it can be streamlined that the territorial waters and fishing, the issues arising and the challenges are put to rest. Chair, we also need to put a framework of resolving those challenges so that the fisher folk then can continue with their business, which is their livelihood. If this committee finds me a fit to this ministry and approves it, therefore, this will be some of the things I will appraise myself with and resolve any pending matters and bring this issue to rest. We also need to enhance communication. I have seen that lack of information has brought some challenges, not only to the fisher folk, but other business people. And what my ministry will then do is to champion a communication strategy, civic education, and be a fuse to link with other industries, the Ministry of Agriculture and Fishery, the Ministry of Water, the Ministry of Trade, and also the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so that we are able to resolve all the issues and strengthen the integration in the community. I will then go to the question by Honorable Murugara on the High Grand Force Dam. Chair, the feasibility study and the surveys of High Grand Force were done many years ago. And I think even by the year 2005, 2006, the feasibility study, the plans, they were all ready. And it was being implemented by TARDA because it is a multi-purpose dam to do irrigation, and part of it will be for generation of power, among other uses. When it came to implementation, some challenges were encountered, and therefore it did not proceed to execution or implementation. It remains a critical project, and on the affirmative, I would vouch for implementation of this project. It has a huge capital outlay, and I am sure, together with the technical people involved in this, we can come up with a framework to finance either through PPP, through EPCF, or any other innovative ways that may be available to fund this project. But it is a project that I would support. Chair, if you may, I would like to refresh on the question by Honorable Kosin, then I can answer it. It seems to have escaped my mind.
Can you repeat, Honorable Kosin?
Yes, I can repeat this way, maybe easier. Miano, what are you expected to deliver in that ministry?
Yes.
Deliverables. Are you supposed to deliver East Africa Federation? In trying to understand the ministry, because I said many Kenyans do not understand that ministry. As my colleague Honorable Missy said, if you answered Missy properly, I would not maybe have answered, questioned that way. And then, Madam Miano, the relevance of the regional development within that ministry, what is the relevance? Because I was asking you, if you go to Uganda, for example, to do your work for East Africa, who is your staff there? Isn't that not the ambassador? And if that ambassador is doing work for you, what's the difference between that work of the ministry and the foreign affairs? Thank you, Chair. I don't know whether I've made myself clear.
Yes, you have. Thank you very much. You asked what I would deliver in regard to the East African community. And you rightfully said it is a ministry that is not known or understood. So the first low-hanging fruit is a communication strategy, dissemination of what the East African community is, where it is not known. With that, we will set a foundation of then implementing the treaty, the intent of the community, because then people will support what they know. That is one. What I'll also do is look at the DR Congo, the new entrant, identify opportunities that will be available, not only for the people of Kenya, but also for the community. DRC is a huge economy. It is endowed with resources. I know it requires quite a lot of integration to be able to utilize these resources and develop them. For example, Chair, DRC can become the carbon basin for the community. We can do carbon trading. We know DRC is well endowed with many resources. And so if we strengthen the integration and the community and identify how we can harness the resources in terms of trade, in terms of agriculture, in terms of ideas, in terms of labor, I think this will help. I will also champion the implementation of the remaining protocols. That is the monetary, the political, with the support of the government and the strong position and will and vision. And in general, I'll be the vision carrier, not only for the president in this docket, but for the leadership, for the legislatures, for the legislature, and even for the people of Kenya. In terms of regional development authorities, if you look at where they are situated, most of them touch the borders of our communities, of the East African communities. And so the projects under the Regional Development Authority will need to be synthesized with the requirements of the East African community so that we knit it together, and as we implement, we are able to sort out not only our own issues, not only issues that are faced in Kenya, but the development of the neighborhood. So we will relook at the mandates of the RDA and position them in line with the EAC, looking at the fact that they are all at the borders.
Thank you.
I have one question to answer from Honorable Ferdinand and also from Honorable Mary.
I wanted to make a correction. Regional development authorities, I don't know how they come in because I happen, for a coincidence, I was a managing director for TALDA. I was also managing director for Lake Basin Development Authority. I don't know how they are coming in. That explanation.
Surely, Ferdinand, that's not a fair question. She's not the one who has put them together.
No.
She's not the one who has put them together.
No.
So that's not a fair question.
No, I think it's misplaced.
Yes, I think they may have been banded together to your discomfort, but it is not for her to say.
Okay, I agree.
Answer the earlier question raised by the Honorable Ferdinand.
Yeah, that's okay.
And Honorable Mary Emase about your nepotism and all those things that are not very socially correct.
Thank you, Chair. The question by Honorable Ferdinand on whether there are common strategies to tackle the drought. In the East African community, there is free movement of food, and so we should work towards removing the barriers so that if one country has food shortage, it can freely get food from another country and make each East African community partner food secure. I have seen policies on fertilizer, and I have seen other policies on agriculture that will tackle this. And Mr. Chairman, one of the things that our ministry or the ministry should do, like I said, we are fused with other ministries, is work with the Ministry of Agriculture, take stock, and in future come up with a food balance sheet for each community country. And this will enable full support within the countries so that if Kenya is facing a drought, we can get support from another country that has enough food, and that can be done at planning level, at a strategic level, so that during planning for food and planting, the ministries of agriculture can sort of start putting together a food balance sheet, and any extra food can support the region in case there is food shortage. Chair, allow me to respond to the question by Honorable Mary. And I will say this: if you serve in the position I have served as managing director and CEO, and you have a firm leadership strategy, and you are able to run an organization, you will always find that some people may not all be happy with your leadership style for different reasons, but I want to assure you, and it is on record, that we have policies, we have procedures that we follow in these matters. And as I sit here today, I have heard that for the first time. And because we have very many frameworks of addressing grievances, including an anonymous grievance addressing system that is run by an independent international firm, this has not come in as an allegation. I empathize.
Did you get
with
her question? You know, an international audit will never tell who is your relative and who isn't. What she said is that there are allegations. They may be true, they may be false. That you have been practicing tribalism, nepotism, cronism, and all manner of isms that are antisocial in nature in the discharge of your duties. In terms of employing people, you employ people, probably what we say, that the name defines you more than the content of your brain and so on. I think that's what Mary asked. Isn't that so, Mary?
Yes.
Yes. And she said there are allegations. She didn't say it is a fact. So it's you now to respond, because if you hire Deloitte from London to come and audit Kenyan, how can they tell who is your relative? They will just look at people's qualifications and go away.
Chair, they remain allegations. They are not true. I have served with utmost diligence in my position. I have emerged as a leader that has run this organization with utmost diligence.
So the allegations are false?
They are false.
Mary, do you have evidence? Or they remain allegations?
I said they are allegations.
Okay.
So I just wanted to hear her view, because I got that from a message that was sent to me by a member of the public.
Which you
so
are,
it is an allegation,
you are
which I have asked.
right in raising
yes,
it.
Yes, thank you.
Now, Rebecca.
Sure.
Yes, Rahab, I thought you had forfeited.
No, Rebecca, congratulations.
Thank you.
For your nomination. But I wanted to know what you are going to do about our borders, especially the Tanzania side. Because sometimes our truck drivers can spend even 5 days there, 10 days there. Like the other day, they were going there for maize. And then all of a sudden, they were told that they have to have a permit, and it was not there before. So what I want to tell you, if you happen to get this position, and considering Tanzania president is a lady like you try and have a good relationship with our Tanzanian neighbors, because they are good, they are farmers, but we need to have a better relationship. Thank you.
Our relationship, Mukami, should be good regardless of the gender of the president. That's what we must be committed to. Let me ask you, you'll combine with Mukami's question. We have a commitment to free movement of people, goods, and services within East Africa. And routinely we have seen pronouncements that people can move the way they want. We have a lot of Kenyans working in Tanzania. We have a lot of Kenyans in Uganda, in Rwanda, in Burundi, and vice versa. One of my personal doctors is a Ugandan living in Kenya. But routinely, we have seen this happen, and I want to know what you will do to stop this. Tanzania arresting thousands of Maasai herders cattle from Kenya and auctioning them. Tanzania arresting thousands of day-old chicks from Kenya and destroying them. Kenyan traders crying on top of buildings about eggs from Uganda. Now Kenyans crying about sugar from Uganda. Every other day we see Ugandans have been arrested in Kenya, they're being shipped back. Kenyans are in jail in Uganda because they were found fishing on Lake Victoria. Kenyans are in jails in Mwanza, Tanzania because they were found fishing on Lake Victoria. Zanzibaris and Pemba people coming to Mombasa, arrested on the high seas and thrown back. Now, what is the spirit of integration that you are going to steer so that we have a truly free movement of people, goods, and services? I say this, Rebecca, because Kenya is the Germany of Europe to East Africa. We are the hub, we are the big brother, we are the epicenter of many things. But when we now arrest our neighbors coming in, then they retaliate, and you find it becomes very difficult and the benefits of the community disappear. Because even as we cry about unemployment and so on, some of our youths can get opportunities within the context of the community. What are you going to do to ensure that there is a true free movement of goods, services, and people? Then you can combine with Mukami's. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would also want to plead with the nominee, in the event that we approve you, to liaise with your counterpart in the Ministry of Trade and relook at the agreements that were signed, or treaties, whatever it is, government policy regarding clearing of goods along the border. Our towns of Busia and Malaba are slowly dying. There is no business. Business has crossed over to Uganda. Everything is being done in Uganda. We even drink in Uganda. We go to the gym, Uganda. We go eat lunch fish, Uganda. Everything in our border is expensive. All the business people, the investors within those towns, the hotels are empty. We must do something, because if we are to create employment opportunities in Kenya, then those towns must offer those opportunities. So there's something wrong with our agreement. Thank you.
Yes, nominee Waziri.
Thank you, Chair. If I could combine your question and the question by Honorable Rehab, which was more of a comment.
Yes.
And I agree with that. And Chair, it's true, despite all good intentions, there still exists barriers. The protocol provides that no country shall create a barrier or taxation for any goods that are similar, but it's a fact that there exists barriers. We need to have a framework and very close consultation with each other in the East African community so that we can remove these barriers. Chair, there was a framework that was put in place last year for consultation. It is on record that the discussions, especially between Kenya and the United Republic of Tanzania, following the discussions in line with that framework, out of 60 barriers, 41 were lifted. And so it is a goodwill issue, it's a conversation issue which we must harness. And this way we are going to remove all these barriers. There is also need for political support, and we look forward to addressing the issues that are hampering full integration and remove them as quickly as possible. Chair, in regard to Kenya, Kenya is a vanguard country that is bold and is most of the times a first in many ways, technologies, ideas, innovations. It will be a time for Kenya to lead by example. It will be time for Kenya to increase efficiency so that we do not aggravate the situation. As we discuss, Kenya can be a leading example, and we are going to strengthen this integration.
Thank you very much, Rebecca.
And the comment by Honorable Mary, I absolutely identify and agree with her that we need to work very closely and coalesce with the Ministry of Trade and remove all those barriers that Honorable Mary has discussed.
Yes, Honorable Gikaria.
Chair, you know, I was the chairman of Energy in the last Parliament where Kengen fell, and before we were kicked out, and we look at Kengen and we saw an energy sector that we could be able to be proud of. In fact, they were poached by Ethiopians to go and start doing the geothermal in Ethiopia. So,
question of playing PR for her?
Not PR. I'm just saying that she's true. She does a good job. Thank you.
That's in the past tense. But thank you for the comment. Mary, Rebecca, we have come to the end of this discussion. I'll give you 3 minutes to tell us your wish.
Thank you, Chair.
Your fate is now in the hands of these good men and women.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. I'll just start by expressing my gratitude to His Excellency the President for finding my acumen relevant and nominating me to this docket so that I can support the vision and the plan for Kenya and also contribute to him fulfilling the oath of office to the people of Kenya. I also want to thank this committee. This interaction has been enriching. it has jogged my mind on what I need to do, the issues to be addressed, and therefore it was a very good interaction. Despite tough questions, I think it is enriching. So I want to thank you all and wish you all the best in the remaining process. Chair, I do hope that when you sit back and review, you will find me a good match or a perfect match for the docket that I have been nominated for. And I do hope that you will recommend that it is approved. And if that happens, I look forward to interacting more deeper with the National Assembly and with the committee members so that we can enrich this discussion for good and better implementation of the docket that I have been given. So I look forward to your verdict. I also want to have a shout out to my colleagues, the ministers in the East African region, and tell them that in case this committee returns a positive verdict, I look forward to interacting and strengthening the East African community going forward. Finally, Chair, I want to say, thank God it's Friday. TGIF. Thank you.
And you are the one closing the Friday.
Thank you.
You feel good?
I feel good
Yes.
for taking the sundowner slot. And I know many people have had a good sundowner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rebecca Miano. We shall now release you. The sergeant will show you the way out. If there are any documents you needed to exchange with the clerk's team, you better do so. I can see you have a load of documents. If they were for us, you can pass them on to us through our clerks. And thank you for appearing and interacting with these good members of the National Assembly.
Thank you, Chair. I had submitted the documents, but I had come with extra copies.
Okay, fine. Those
just
are
in
yours.
Case.
What you submitted has been properly used. Honorable Gikaria, the meeting is not over yet.
I had.
You will sort out with them out there. Yes. Yes, Wahesh, tomorrow is your, is it 4th or 5th allotted day? So tomorrow will be slightly lighter. We will have Simon Chelugui. Maybe you can now ask your issues about the funds. We'll have Salim Voria, Florence Bore, and the last is not cabinet minister or secretary, but secretary to the cabinet, Mercy Wanjao. So, yes, Naisula?
Chair, I just wanted to have your indulgence, and I know that members are tired, but upon some reflection, and when we were vetting the CS nominee for agriculture, I've just thought about it that he adversely mentioned some Kenyans on their role in one of the questions that was brought out by Honorable Mbui. And I just think that the fact that they are not here to substantiate or to agree to it, I think and believe it should be expunged from the Hansard, because then it puts question into their character and they're not able to to defend themselves before this vetting committee.
Any comments?
Yeah.
Yes, George?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I do appreciate the concerns that have been raised, but my worry is to what extent are we supposed to receive this information? To what extent are we supposed to reject it? And to what extent we are supposed to decide what to make out of it? In my view, I think this is purely for the committee to see what to make out of that information per se. It may not be strictly in accordance with the rules of evidence, but it is information we can decide what to do with it per se.
Robert?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the sentiments that were expressed by the nominee are extremely sensitive, and you know that we have ourselves raised certain concerns, and one of the issues that you are saying is that if it's an allegation and the nominee is given an opportunity and they decline, if you don't have any evidence, it dies there. But you see, you have an opportunity to defend yourself. These people who are prominent Kenyans, including immediate former president of the Republic, were named adversely, and they have no opportunity to defend themselves. I think I want to support that we expurge that from the records of these deliberations.
Chair.
Robert, in English, in the law, we say delay defeats equity. You are the one who asked the question, and when the names were being dropped, you maintained a stoic silence. What do we make out of that?
Mr. Speaker, I wasn't silent. I remember very clearly that when I made my interjection, I indicated that the nominee the issue that I had raised is that the nominee did not show up to actually read his petition on the floor.
And he said there was a gun on his head.
But you see...
And then said many other things and named 3 people.
Yes, but you see, Mr. Speaker, the main major issue was his absence. But when he started talking, he was talking about letters that were never, ever presented even to the House. So I don't know how we would accept that evidence if there was no document presented to the National Assembly. The only thing the Speaker said is that when it was called, he said the person is absent and therefore it could not proceed.
Yes, majority. Let me take Owen first.
Yes, my take on this is depending on what we are doing and the objective for this meeting. I think the question is, do we find him fit for office based on the information he has given us or not? But whether he has mentioned this or that, I don't think it's either here or there. After all, the cat has already bolted, the information is out there. Even if we expunged it from record, for which I have no objection, how will it help to recant the information? Unless now we go on camera or we call him
on
camera.
Me, really, both sides have got a point. But the question one would want to ask is, what would the expunging of that testimony, that bit of testimony, how would it jeopardize or prejudice his case?
Yes.
If we were to expunge it, we need to take that into consideration. In my view, if you ask me, I don't see how it would prejudice his case, because it's not in any way some evidence which will determine whether we approve him or not. But then there's something more serious in my view. Again, in the benefit of hindsight, maybe we are wrong for having taken this long to raise it. You know, apart from mentioning persons who are out there, the nominee alleged that the Speaker of the National Assembly was instructed by an employee of State House, going by the name, I think, Jomo Geshaga, to rush back to the House. There's a letter coming there. You know, that is rather dangerous.
Outrageous allegation.
Yes, very outrageous and dangerous, if you ask me. And therefore, as you like saying, Honorable Speaker, that you let the chips lie where they fell. We could, in this instance, in this instance, decided to ignore that bit of evidence, okay, completely, without necessarily talking about expunging or otherwise. But then, therefore, it would mean, therefore, that we don't at all refer to it, okay, in our Monday meeting when we consider the report.
Let me hear them.
Yes.
Honorable Chair, I think this is an issue which we can do it internally when you're doing our report writing.
Hello, Chair.
Yes,
Chair, I have to agree with what Honorable Pio is saying, because depending on how we treat his answer and the question, and probably should also inform us as members the kind of questions that we put to nominees. And I have really pleaded even before, let us avoid playing to the gallery. And I'm not saying Honorable Mbui was playing to the gallery, but if you ask me, if I was to judge Linturi's character based on the question asked by Honorable Mbui, it would have an effect. And therefore, it is Honorable Mbui who brought it forth in his defense. And I think someone actually even pushed him when he said he had a gun over his head. And when somebody insisted here, that's when he name dropped. And I also spoke about it, Honorable Chair. And I confirmed that it was indeed true, because I am the one who called the Honorable Linturi to Jacaranda Hotel, and I said that. Therefore, based on what he was answering, then I think if you were to expunge that from the Hansard, then would also be constrained as a committee on how we judge his character based on the question asked by the Honorable Mbui. I would therefore just say, as Opio says, let the chips lie where they fell. It would have been better had the Honorable Lesuda raised that issue when the nominee was still here, so that then he can expunge and explain himself without having to mention other people adversely.
Naisula, you have a point, but delay defeats equity. And perhaps if you raised the matter when the Honorable Linturi was here, it would have given other consequential questions, taking a different trajectory on the same matter. That notwithstanding is a matter that you have raised, and when we retreat to engage in analyzing what has come before us, we can flag it out and discuss it.
Much obliged, Chair.
Yes.
Much obliged.
Thank you.
You know, once you've given the very final verdict, and I totally agree with you.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Speaker, the issue I raised earlier on about the Hansard transcriptions.
Yeah, that one is administrative. It doesn't have to go to the media.
Okay.
I think I noted it, and I've told the Secretariat what to do, so that it doesn't within ourselves we can't access our own Hansard, you know. Okay. They will organize that. Tomorrow morning, 8:30. Yes. You report at 8:30. 9 sharp we start. Mukami. And let's not.
Na mtazamaji, kama unavyoona ndio tamati ya kikao cha leo cha kuwapiga msasa mawaziri wa teule waliofika mbele ya kamati hii ya uteuzi ya bunge la kitaifa kiongozwa naye mwenyekiti Spika wa bunge la kitaifa Mheshimiwa Moses Wetangula. Leo kama kawaida walikuwa ni 5 wakiwa wanakamilisha idadi ya mawaziri wa teule 20 tangu Jumatatu waliopigwa msasa. Kulingana na spika ni kwamba wamesalia 4, 3 wakiwa ni mawaziri na mmoja akiwa ni katibu wa baraza la mawaziri, ambao kesho wamewekwa kwenye ratiba ya kupigwa msasa, akiwemo aliyekuwa gavana wa Kwale ambaye ameteuliwa kwenye wizara ya uchimbaji madini ama mining, Salimu Mvurya, vile vile aliyeteuliwa kwenye wizara ya leba Florence Bore, na aliyeteuliwa kwenye wizara ya ushirika na biashara ndogo ndogo cooperatives na SMEs ambaye ni Simon Chelugui. Huyu katibu katika baraza la mawaziri ni Masi Wanjao, ama ukipenda secretary to the cabinet, ndio watakaokuwa wanafika mbele ya kamati hii ya uteuzi kupigwa msasa, kujieleza ufafu wao na uwezo wao na mbinu zao ama maarifa walionayo ama watakayoleta kwenye baraza ambalo watakuwa ama wizara ambayo watakuwa wanachukua usukani. Kumbuka aliyetoka kupigwa msasa hivi sasa ndipo kukamilisha kikao hiki ni Rebecca Miano ambaye ameteuliwa kuingia kwenye wizara ya uboreshaji wa kanda hii ya Afrika, ama ukipenda pia Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Kwa hivyo ni kikao kilichoanza kuanzia saa 3 asubuhi ya leo na kimekamilika sasa. Kesho wanachama ama wabunge wameambiwa wafike saa 2:30 ili kikao kianze mwendo wa saa 3. Watakapigwa msasa ni kama nilivyokutajia, tutaweza kufahamu vyema ni nani atakayekuwa anafika wa kwanza mbele ya jopo, lakini kama nilivyokueleza ni wane tu waliosalia. Tuna imani kwamba kikao cha kesho kitaweza kukamilika mapema. Kama unavyoona ni wabunge wanafunganya virago vyao kuondoka, na mtazamaji, basi nitakuwa na kuaga kwa niaba ya kikosi kizima kilichojitolea ama kilichokita kambi hapa tangu siku ya Jumatatu kuweza kufanikisha matangazo haya, na kuaga nikikwambia tupatane kesho mida ni ya saa 3. Mtazamaji, sina la ziada. Mimi ni Kamchemenza na kutakia usiku mwema inshallah.
The legends and familiar charms will grace KBC once again.